Another soft landing.
Hello everybody, I am back. I hope it's permanent. Oh godness. You know what, I'm here. We're doing this. We're gonna have a chill day as a test stream. I'm gonna watch some LOL later with my friends. Hey! Hey, zombie! Welcome, welcome. Hello. Welcome. It's been too long, man. It's been too long. Hey. Oh, you hear sing a song? I forgot to send it. Hey, you got an SR here, but yes, I have already heard it. Oh. Oh my god. Each and every time Suicide puts out a banger, it would be much more weird. It's much weirder for you not to get addicted, or for me and you to not get addicted to it, you know? It is what it is, man. How are you, man? How are you? I'm gonna put it somewhere. Just trying to learn Super Glide in Apex. Of course, of course. Is there anything weird on my stream right now? Anything off? Is the audio good? Nothing? This is my first time back with fresh install of like everything. And I got Urse! There we go. Maybe a game is a bit louder than you. Oh, okay. Wait. How about that? How about this? I'd rather have my lower the game audio than lower my voice, to be honest. I can't hit anything. Wait, chapter. Which song are we talking about? The 6 day ago one or the like 2 weeks ago one? With MGO. Is Song Crystal thing? Yes, it is. This is currently this is the one that I've been like getting a little bit too into. What? Oh, that one. Okay, okay, okay. Yes, yes, yes. I've heard that. Oh, the bliss. It's just bliss, man. What the fuck? We are not skipping anything, okay? We won't be skipping anything. Ah, 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 ah. If it's Suisei, I am not going to skip anything, okay? Chill out. You need to wait. Don't skip, yep. Okay, again, this Suisei song right here is like the grooviest yet, to be honest. You must never skip Suisei. I'll riot it. I'll riot myself if somebody suddenly skips his songs. Insta timeout. That's going to be an instant timeout for me, man. If you're going to skip my Kamioshi, I'm gonna skip on your life. You've been like playing Apex, right? Have you like encountered the this adaptive resolution FPS target bug in like the new LTM? I haven't. What are you playing in the X12 or the X11? Because whenever like Nani? Yeah, whenever like I play and respawn, everything just like this goes to 5.6 and then like it disables. It enables like the SSA. The SAA rather. The fuck is this? Nani kore? Skill issue. Okay, we got a new meme template. Let's go. Fuck yeah. We have a new meme template. The simplest skill issue. It's perfect. Yes, it's definitely perfect.
Everyone forgets to look up.
Sheesh.
You lot.
Imagine getting skill issued by say.
We'll win this thing together. Semper Fi or die.
You and me, let's take this win.
Sparklingers! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Death.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man! Why would you do this? Oh, brother!
Cancel that. I say we land here.
It might be louder than you at the game, but it's perfect. Of course, it's perfect. Sorry. Let's find a good like middle ground. This is a good middle ground, right? This is a good middle ground. I was really happy that someone like followed, and then I get like fucking slap in the ass, or wait, slap in the face. Okay, let's not get a middle ground then. Fuck it. I can't hear anything. Just saying.
We're all inside the ring. Good. That's bad. Good thing it's not us.
Look at this. It opens like adaptive resolution, then it break. Look at that. I hate it. I don't like it.
New data.
I don't like it. I can't hear anything though. I can't hear anything, by the way. Just saying. First game in, I can't hear anything. Let's go.
Oh, me and Newty could use that.
Started jet as my number one. Eh? Is that good? You like it that much?
Found extra supplies here.
Everything is like
We're
fine.
all inside the ring. Spotted an enemy over there.
Making contact with enemy.
Throwing thermite grenade.
Naku!
Kill leader flamed out.
Might be something good that way.
Care package dropping, amigos.
Deers, eyes to the skies. A care package. R45 here.
Game bullying Kuro. And it's only in like in this like game mode.
Enemy rather close.
Heard that.
New kill leader.
What? That didn't hit? Ah.
Reloading.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Relocate here.
Arcstar. Grenade out.
Safety's out, folks. Enemy here.
I hate this.
You did a really mediocre job, friend.
I can't play this game mode, like seriously. As soon as I fucking like drop down, This will go 69, 59. Oh. Oh, this is... What cover is this? What did they cover? What did Mikomet cover? Brother!
Recharging my shields. All those numpties are bounceable. Their heads in. He went straight down. Shields recharging.
What? Like the
Rejuvenating. Eye shot. A wee body landed nearby. Be ready. Enemy, that's away.
Ito. Kanto yun.
What
Wow,
the fuck?
ako si Chi walang
Main
patay.
ko.
Hi,
Or
ito
wala na.
is!
17.
Thank you, thank you for
Zero in
SOing.
Tagalog.
Oh god!
Zero.
Nagulat ako, may nagsasalita.
Oh, may-
What the fuck? Hello,
Oh, sorry
welcome,
po.
welcome,
Bias
welcome.
ko si
Kalimutan ko,
Kyung.
pwede ako
Oo,
malaglag.
actually. Zero nga.
TDO.
Zero.
Zero?
Kaya Bokya.
Lahat kayo nagtagalog na.
Oh my
Yan
God.
nga eh.
Ang
Ako lang
ganda.
dapat yung nagtatagalog pero
Hindi, pang
nagtagalog
lahat yung
rin
ano,
sila.
pang
Kamusta
lahat
po
yung
kayo?
wedding.
Ganun ba yun?
How is
Siyempre,
everybody?
support system. Ganun talaga. The more the merrier. Tama yan.
Sa dalawa, tatlo, sinong mananalo? Apat, lima,
Lima,
anim.
anim.
Susugurin na natin.
How
Jin,
is
isa pa, Jin.
everybody? Ah!
Wala, kinuha.
Bagong gising. Imagine. I
Ang
don't have
botang
anything.
ball. Iwanan si
Ako'y
Jin.
nakuha.
I can't hear anything. There's SO going on in the background. Where is it? Thank you. And yeah. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while, I know. Can somebody get... Oh. I'm dead. I died. I died. I died. I didn't. What? Hello? Hi? Oh. Oh my god. Please don't die. Please don't die. Oh my...
Let's shift our orbits that way.
I can't with this. I can't hear anything. I can't see anything. It's... Holy shit. Ah! Sorry. Ego. Yeah. Hey. I just restarted it. It buffered. I'm really sorry. This is zombie. This is zombie's fault. Everything is just like full blast. Okay, I'm sorry for anybody who's like here listening to this shit. This is zombie's fault, not mine. Okay, we're chilling. Oh god, I died. Ah! Apply. are you there? Why am I here? Ara. Why are you there? I'm here to bully. I'm here to interact with Kuro and watch him carry. Bruh! I can't hear anything. I can't. I need to restart this game. I'm gonna restart the game. I'm not gonna play the LTM. Fuck that LTM. It's been a while. Okay, I need to reset everything. Okay, hi, welcome, Maze. Hello, Silver is here, right? Hello, welcome. It's been a while. It's been a cambot, man. It's been a hip shake and a half.
Oh my goodness, you alright?
Shut up, bud. You can't break me right now. My eardrums is broken. Welcome. I can only play trios. I hate this. I can't play the new LTM. Good luck sa games. Blame Zombie. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. I promise in about like 20 minutes, 25 minutes, everything will be like much better. Because I am going to be watching LOL. JDG versus T1. It's up to streamer how loud music is. I did nothing. You coerced me to freaking do that. Okay, let's calm down. Oh, it's just another Mikomet. Ah! I can't. I cannot.
Stabilizers. Check. Best buddy. Check.
This is all Kuro's doing. No. You can't say that to me.
Is your champion.
No. Nar, man, nar.
Come find me.
How about here?
I can.
Prepare, we're going in.
Everything is supposed to be like lowered. Gumene. Okay, everything's fine and trios is not bugged. We can play like normally here. Everybody's kinda. Baka na, no? Baka.
I put one down. Only you and me now.
Come here.
The ring's close, and we've got a whole minute to dawdle.
Give me a second. Fixing up.
Shield. Ring's near, darlings, and we've got a whole 45 seconds of free time.
拉支箭，
Closer.
然后牌子在你后面。
Got the banner. I'm keeping up on them.
Woo! Damn. What?
Recharging my shields. Rejuvenating.
Can't hear anything still, but it's all right. Everything's fine.
死了。
Jeez, we're so
Loli loli kami kori. Kori. Requiem.
Arcstar.
Yeah, care package. I got wood.
Say loli kami requiem. Oh. What? Ano yun? What was that?
Here's a sink. Recharge your machine. Enemy focus. Live our way.
Firing.
Nimaska uichan uichan kanashiyo. Loli
一个
loli
在里
kami
面，有
kori.
个在里面，有个在里面。
Enemy removed from the data pool. Bots are shooting at me.
Reloaded. Scramble that
Reloading. Killed an enemy.
That was amazing.
On your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you.
他在楼下，
That hill. Just a wee scratch.
Gomenasai, gomenasai, gaki koenai, so kise loli kami requiem.
Need shield.
Tak.
Shields recharging.
Pita mo na, dosyo, malaki na yung chaoneta. Imagine destroying enemies while listening to Loli Kami Requiem. We beam. What is that? Of course I know the lyrics. What do you think?
Spotted an enemy over there.
Wait. God dang it. Where is that?
Spotted an EPS.
I need
Poaching season.
beam there.
Charging.
I'm out of light ammo. Heavier, heavier, heavier. But here's the perfect heavy ammo here.
I need lights.
Extended heavy mag.
Spotted what we science folk call a baddie.
Wow. The water became like crystal clear after the update. What the fuck? Ne, masiyete ah. Uy, wakan na ina.
Poaching season.
两个队，有个队倒了一个。
Evo shield here, level 3.
Loni loni kami kori.
Perhaps we should start orbit this way. Kill leader's trajectory would be asymptotic and exponential. Reloading. On your feet, darling.
Oh wow! That's a little bit too merry. Woo! Oh! Destroying enemies with Loligad, Requiem, and other songs blasting on the background. What a life.
And 6 days played it on the mischief.
Signaling my drone back.
45.
Just fixing
I
up.
need like light ammo, like more light ammo. Oh, hello.
Eyes sharp. The ring's
Oh,
near and close.
did I check this already? Yes, I did. Ah, never mind. Let's go.
Never mind. Evo shield here. Level 5.
Charging my shield, cuzzy. On top of us.
Aye.
那个有没有炸弹？我一个没有。
Oh, I have an evac tower, so
Shield
I do.
battery here.
So not to be pernickety, dears, but the ring's on the move, and we're not yet inside her.
Healing up.
Extra pair of eyes. Yeah, there are no squads here. I'm recalling my drone. Taking out of my drone. I'm
Oh my god, they actually like
Care package over there.
change everything. That's I. That's I. I am really sorry about this. I'm kinda like in a trance right now. I don't mind it. Please don't mind it. But I'm just giving a heads up. Ooh.
Shield battery here.
Keep lock here.
Eh, doko. Ah, sochi. Sochi. Ah.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Just a little bit of a gomen. Who the fuck? Nani? Hello? Please don't call me. Dad, please. I'm streaming.
Care package over there.
It's my first day out or back.
Recharging my shields. Rolling in on top
Drill some seeds and seers.
I'm gonna take the wingman. Excuse me.
Let's go this way.
of us. Shotgun bolt here. Level 4.
Cat did it.
Yes. Shields recharging.
Hey yo, is the game starting? Has the game started already? Or is it like, are they in now? Or are they doing the thing now? Okay, good. Okay, after this I'm going to go and just draw. Because I am going to watch LOL with this guy. E. PM brother. I actually thought you were PE.
I've located the enemy's positions. Check your. Let's transfer to that spot.
Oh,
I'm back.
draft na? Okay, nice.
Let's go there. 조심하자.
This is the first time that I like the game is actually like what you call this?
Deers, eyes to the skies. A care
Running
package.
smoothly while I'm like talking to someone on Discord. No more lag, man. Imagine. Just because I changed into an SSD, no more lag anymore. Oh my god. T1! T1! Ay, wait. Wait, nagsisimula na ba? Wait, who took the who took who?
Care package over here.
Oh, okay. Honor, honor, honor.
Killing and drilling.
Taking fire.
In here.
Hold on.
Triple take here.
Funny.
Another soft landing.
Not there.
We've got a bad guy. They're close.
That egg shield is cracked.
Recharging my shield.
I need jet here. Crack that egg shield.
My drone back. Backing out of my drone.
เราขึ้นทำ
My shields, Cuzzy.
Bakit? Where's that wingman? What the fuck? I dropped the wingman. Where did I drop it? Forgot.
Firing.
Find an enemy over there. Opening fire. Got my data. Marvelous news.
Only guy choose me. Hey, 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 hey.
We ain't letting them live, are we?
Only guy choose me. Choose me.
No numpties. They built them tougher than my do. Oh, we're in the top 3 squads. Floating our way to the top. Enemy here. Reloading. Tie, we downed another. We scratched here.
Funny.
Oi, grenade.
Funny ikut ulang.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
We're shooting. Uh-oh. Solid's gone.
Careful, careful, careful. Careful, careful.
GG well played! GG man!
我操，这地平线有点屌，地平线有那么一点点，还有2星伤了呗。
Hey, let's go! We won! I won! Let's fucking go! Okay, we're going to be watching JDG versus T1 right now. For the people who does not really like the thing, Gomena, but we will be doing this. Oh, so he says king. Let's go. JDG, right? Yo. Okay, good. GG versus T1. Let's go. Let's lower that a little bit because I need to see where. Right side. You are king. You are king. Oh. Wait. Whoop. Ah, dang it. I made a mistake on like the thing. You are king. You are king. Okay, wait. Everything is like not doing what I want to do. Bam 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 bam. Should I? Legends never die. Why does my face keep like go? I hate this. Can't you just like fuck? Ah! There you go. Okay, browser. God dang it. No. I'm not doing the browser source. God dang it. Where is it? Window. There you go. Don't look at that. You didn't see anything, okay, zombie? You didn't see anything, right? You didn't see anything, right? No, you didn't. You didn't see anything. You did not see anything. You did not see. Oh shit. Show it, class. You did not see anything. You did not see anything. Oh, okay.
Jungle 2v2 was a little bit too weak in the early game.
I love this though for T1 grabbing the Rel flex super early on because it can go down bottom side as well for support or go jungle. And now we're going to see they're still drawing so many support bans. This is what everybody thought it was going to come down to in this series, is saving those bottom lanes till the...
Made a mistake there.
A 5-on-5 team fight.
You do, but of course we have to see how JDG are going to approach this bot lane arms race, what they're going to bring to the table to try to shut down some of these options for T1. T1 dominant on the red side, one of the only teams to do so. JDG have the luxury of that last pick, counter pick for bottom lane. How will they use it? The number one question on
Renata's still up, Milio's still up, the Varus was very good for Gumayushi.
And what I'm wondering about is whether we are going to see the Xayah, because I think particularly into Rumble, Xayah has really dropped in.
Okay, you didn't see anything. We're good. Everything's fine. This is the final form of this thing. Okay. Say hi to the stream. What do I call you, Famlet? The degenerate.
Might be going towards a
Hello, degenerates.
Have to see how T1 want to round at this. How
Oh.
they what they want to blind pick into this bot lane support matchup. Because I love what I'm seeing from JDG.
We're watching T1 versus like JDG, and I know that T1 is a little bit overrated. What?
We were talking about the Jin so much early in the morning, and he actually slams it. Kubo loves the Jin.
Bard?
So many people who are not AD carry players, though, do not like the Jin. I will say, calm down a little bit here. There is no tank on the enemy team, and that is the biggest inhibitor to the Jin. So as much as everybody loves
This is weird.
on Jin picks, there
Why?
is no armor stack
Why?
tank here.
Are they experimenting?
There's a lot of history,
What?
obviously.
This is
Jin and
semifinals.
T1, none of it good, and it is also a really big pivot away. I think the laning strength is the only similarity.
What?
Outside of that, not really going to be the case.
Never
And
before
also
seen
actually coming
Strat,
back,
and they're
does mean
going
that
for it
Missing will be
in the
able to provide
semifinals.
something. And
I
really
don't
like
understand
you kind of
this.
Need to have
Why?
some extra form of CC here besides the Vi to really get the most out of your Rumble.
Famlet,
in particular.
prepare to
They always
cry.
want to have that structure to their team fights because JG is this team. They do not
Prepare to
snowball
cry.
games super effectively. They
Prepare
just
to
crush you
cry.
later in the team fights. Let's see if they can actually do it this time around. Of course, this is the first Jin of Worlds 2023 picked up here. Kuma slamming it down in the semifinals. And there's so much CC with this bottom lane as well. So much pick potential with a Bard plus Jhin. You can try and get that early lead in lane against an Alistar, and then get Keria out of lane so you can go gank for the other lanes.
We saw yesterday how effective a roaming Bard can be, how disruptive it can be to the game plan. A lot of the champions on the opposite side who might want to roam, who might want to look for these plays, you are up against missing on Alistar, this massive playmaker, so need to see if T1 can continue the trend of snowballing their leads in the early game.
And Keria has already proven himself on the Bard at Worlds here. He had a really beautiful
any requests on the
redirection
drawing?
play on it. He's
Zombie?
been very good at denying the Rift Trail charges as well on the towers.
Just
so
don't get me
expecting
demonetized.
big things.
It also means the top lane matchup is much more important. With Jhin comms, you can't really afford to lose
I'm a
damage
little bit more
elsewhere.
comfortable
We have
going
not
right
seen
now.
this matchup
can
work out
request
very well for the
anything, if you want to
Aatrox.
request
So a lot
anything
of
on the
pressure
wrong
on
side.
Zeus, who has been doing a really good job so
don't get me
far.
demonetized.
But Rumble, that's going to
don't
be
make
tough
it
to
a little-
survive in the early
So
game.
one thing
don't
I was
make it,
talking about yesterday on the analyst desk
really
with the
complicated.
Aatrox into the
Even
Rumble pick was that we did not get the
Got any
Comet's
requests?
Aatrox, it was Conqueror Aatrox. And if you go Comet Aatrox, it's much more of a poke playstyle.
Why?
I also was DMing Odo and talking about it because he was really heavy on the Rumble side, and he was of the opinion that Rumble still can just W most of the Q poke, even with the Comet build here, and still come out ahead. And then you're sacrificing. Of course, you don't have
Which
Conqueror for
Kali
later
are
for the
we talking
Aatrox for your team fights.
about?
We'll see how much that does cost him, but Zeus here at least is going for the Comet tech
Which one?
to try and do that more pokey play style.
We'll see how it works out for them. Of course, in the meantime, connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote.
Yeah, that's
That's how I felt about the Aatrox in the Rumble matchup yesterday. A lot of Braum W. So, see if it works out better this time around for Zeus. How the poke adjusts this match, if it can shift these early expectations. And Jhin, I think, is going to remain the number one
take his
question throughout
back.
this entire game. How effective can it be? Ruler obviously opting for the cleanse makes sense against so much CC, but what can they do in the early laning phase specifically?
And those early lane phase, what we expect them to be is to be a lot of push mid for Faker against this Akali. Knight Akali, early levels, you're not going to have too many options there. So the Orianna generally going to get some push. JDG with 369 on top side, the Rumble should still get plenty of push versus the Aatrox regardless of the Comet. So I want to see what they do with this because T1, you can see Owner is already taking away Raptors into red camp, started on the top side, doing a bit of split for the jungle.
They're
and that is
actually
going to be
playable.
two camps stolen already.
Why?
And Bard level
Why?
1 still looking incredibly oppressive with your passive. You essentially have 2 spells early on, whereas missing essentially has none as a level 1 Alistar. So no
Like,
surprise to
they
see
had
T1
a
take
good,
control of the
like,
bottom lane for now. See what it looks like once level 2
experience
comes
with
around for now.
Bard.
Keria and Guma doing their best to zone JDG's bot lane off of XP and gold.
Also,
Again,
do take note, we already
sure.
have Owner
But I
possibly
don't
looking for an
know
opportunity to
Jhin.
punish 369. He did walk into the jungle, didn't actually see, I think, where Owner started. We'll obviously find that out soon, as soon as
perfect
Kanavi figures it out, but the timing window might just be there.
It's perfect for the
Oh!
setup.
Oh!
How they
Oh!
Total control of the lane, but just now sees
Holy
Owner mounting up
Jesus.
on the way in, looking to lock him up and take him out. 369 still standing for now. Will he burn
Let's
the flash charge? Just accepts his fate,
go!
trying instead to turn and burn
Ah,
on his
yeah,
a little
he's
bit more
dead.
health damage. Just accepts
Patay
his
naman si
fate.
Faker. Patay
First
naman si
blood.
Faker. Never
to
mind.
the side of T1.
Never mind, he's
Kanavi
alive.
able to
What?
find the counterpunch in mid lane.
Level 1s are
How is
so
Faker
big,
alive?
and the delayed invade there, taking away the Raptors into red. Easy level 3 topside counter gank.
How is it
Or just
Faker
pure
alive? He
gank
got
there
ganked
for
by-
Owner. Meanwhile, Kanavi getting chased off his attempted counter jungle.
Oh, Faker trying to make sure that Kanavi does not just get the camp for free. Now Owner's on his way, and Keria, he's trying to collapse.
Keria coming through. Magical journey through the wall.
No,
Will just
it's good,
completely
it's good, it's
zone
good,
him
it's
off
good.
the camp.
They're not doing
Defense
anything. They can't.
complete.
Oh my
And
God,
now
I hate this.
Kanavi is
No.
going to know he's got nothing to go back to
Don't,
in his
don't,
own
don't,
jungle.
don't,
Even
don't.
gets stunned
No.
up here in mid lane by Keria, further delaying him. Everybody knows, T1 know his only option is to come topside towards the Scuttle Crab or towards some more blue camps here. So it looks like Owner comes up, he covers that top Scuttle Crab, and there is nothing for Kanavi.
Not only that, but Owner already has been able to get it back in, whereas Kanavi still had to be out on the map trying to pivot, and this timing window was so short because you see Kanavi there pinging. They know that Owner is on the top side of the map. 369 just wasn't able to get the wave in time.
And the key is this ward right here that they had to see, the regular gank path is all circumvented by that level 1 that we're talking about. When he starts on Raptors, goes into red, he just 3 camp clears JDG's side of the jungle, comes from behind you with a red buff, and That
Please
is going
don't-
to influence the data
T1,
on our
please.
Aatrox Rumble
Break my
matchup
jigs,
a little
please.
bit
It is.
further.
And you got to respect T1's
T1,
foresight to
please, break my
prepare for what
jigs.
is considered a Rumble
Okay,
favorite matchup by leveraging some early jungle priority
For
here
those who
to the top
doesn't
side of the map.
know,
Zeus
or-
getting closer and
well,
closer to what we assume is a first item Hex Drinker. We saw in
we've,
the
like,
Gwen matchup how impactful that
decided
item
this,
is
like,
in the 1v1.
You know what they say? The most
A
important
couple
part
of
of the
days
top
ago
lane
that
matchup
I
is
was the
jungle.
Jace.
Yeah!
Oh
No
God,
fair
wait,
fights in the top
let me
lane.
just
Also, do know
focus on
Zeus
the
went
game
for
first.
Doran's Blade, so really opting into the early
Okay.
lane dominance, in addition to the kill that he already got. Doesn't really set it behind, does give him a lot more combat stats to try and stay on parity, because if you can mitigate the Rumble early on,
Owner is trying
it gets you
to.
to the point
Owner
where
is
the Ajax
trying.
can actually skirmish.
Ah, never mind.
And as already mentioned, I do expect it to be extra.
Anyways,
Even if they're playing to double AP topside, and T1 have been very aggressive in securing
I
early
and
heralds.
Famlet
It's 5 minutes
decided,
into the
like,
game. T1
yes,
already have
a
a
couple of days ago that I
1,000
will
gold
go
lead.
on.
No objectives taken quite yet.
Like,
Herald, of course, hasn't even spawned. But
made
T1, we
T1
expected
lose.
them to pull ahead in the lane
Because
phase,
each and every
but they
time
are
I
much
watch
further than
T1,
just a little bit ahead at this stage of the game.
I
Yeah,
jinxed
it's
it.
so interesting and fun to
know?
compare the playstyle of these two juggernaut teams. Absolute
Ooh.
masters here at Worlds in very
I hate-
different arenas. T1 masters of snowballing
Please
these
break
lane
the jinx,
phases
please.
into mid-game and into end of the entire Nexus. Meanwhile, JDG, they have
Filipinos
not put a
are
lot of effort in a lot of their
superstitious.
games into getting huge early leads, but they have been
That
explosive
is
in their
the
mid-game
thing.
team
They're
fights
super
and actually have a quicker
superstition.
average game time.
You need to
because
break
of
it.
Oh, and I would really,
Before you
really
can,
like
like,
this from JDG,
celebrate.
because you know T1 is going to try and aggressively stack dragons, but they won't have the opportunity. We do see Knight already here. Doesn't look like T1 is going to be able to contest this.
Zeus
Zeus
going for the
Oh!
solo bow,
Let's
and he
go!
gets the kill!
Zeus!
What? That is not a common diff right there. That's a Zeus diff. God of lightning,
Zeus
God
diff.
of the top lane. He lays it down, and 369 it is in the dirt again. Whoa!
And for T1,
That's a
after the
Chemtech Dragon,
chase
man.
performance we saw last week,
They
we
got the
wondered what
Chemtech.
level Zeus would be at, what level C69 would be at in this matchup. When he got the Rumble, I thought for sure he'd be favored, but Zeus
Dude,
setting the
this is-
expectation on its head, and 369 just
Dude.
too far behind, stepping far too far forward. Q1 confirms the pullback on Infernal Chains, makes it easy.
Yeah, just dash forward, hits the chain. He had the level 6 advantage. Gets the solo bolo. And again, it all comes back to the early jungle path for Kanavi, stealing away, or for our
They're
owner,
not
stealing
going
away
to
the
do it.
camps, getting the
They
gank
won't
off.
be able to do that again.
Because if 369 is 6, you can't go for that play, right? He will be able to easily survive as
Ruler ignited
BLG
2
was
fights,
like
one in the bottom lane,
a
one in the
bit,
mid lane, Faker burning the shockwave, just to get away from
overly
Knight.
confident with their skills.
Now the curtain call coming out, Ruler. Gonna sidestep one, slowed by the second, looking for one more, but missing there just in
that
time
missed.
to deny the kill. Guma 4 shot now pushing in.
I'm
Jin
at
notoriously
7-10.
bad
I'm at
pushing these
7
towers.
plus,
Probably not
rather.
gonna be able to grab a plate there, but Ruler's so low, maybe they can get it
Yeah,
done.
you're
As
like 4
Owner's still
seconds
controlling,
behind.
total control on the top side from T1. Mid lane matchup getting a bit closer. Guma playing very aggressive with the power
Guma
of the
do
journey.
See there as well, the
be scary.
confidence from
man.
Rura, knowing that missing was there,
Guma's
not
scary,
using his
man.
flash, only invested its cleanse, but T1 still going to be happy there towards the bot side of the map. I think the big thing for JDG is to not let the map snowball from here. That early Drake actually makes a really big difference, because we know this team is going to play
Who's the
for,
favorite,
say, 1-2 item
favorite
spikes
team now,
and the
by the
5v5.
way?
So delaying the point where T1 forces you
of
into a
course.
must-fight scenario with Drake stacking early on has already been delayed. And then secondly,
Korea's
Knight has
last.
been able to do a really good job of mitigating
why
the
the
early presence
frick
that
did,
Orion is expected to have
BNG
by
lost
just
though?
staying on CS parity.
I have to say, especially with the early money and being behind, the
It
early
would've
money
been
going into
fucking
Oblivion
perfect,
Orb and being behind, this Rumble is not going to have the same impact that we have seen Rumble at this tournament. Those team fight ultimates that he is supposed to bring for these objectives are going to be so much weaker than you're used to seeing. I don't know if the threat is even going to really be there for JDG, so T1 are going to feel very confident about this mid game and try and snowball here. Owner up to the top side does see Kanavi as he comes over with that Scryer's plant, but they're calling up everybody here. This is going to be a full 5-on-5. Both bot lanes coming.
No ultimates available for either support. There are ultimates for both Ruler and Guma. We'll see if T1 is able to contest here.
No flash
Owner is
repair,
going
has
to
be a bit
die.
careful about how far
Never
forward
mind.
he steps. Kanavi
Already.
ready with the ultimate. Zeus strong.
Getting low.
But opted for lethality. He's still relatively squishy, all things considered. Zeus still stepping
Alright,
forward with
this
the
is it.
Infernal
This
Chain,
is
looking
it.
for the lockup. Tempered Fate now coming in, isolating Knight. Knight right in the
Oh,
back
oh, oh, oh!
Follow, engage. Zeus
Get it,
stands.
get it!
Now finally the buy is going in, but it might just be too
No,
late.
this is bad. Okay, Zeus is alive. Zeus is alive.
Zeus
No,
ticking,
fuck.
burning, but the shutdown
Yes!
is 369. But now
Kill him!
just fish caught in
No!
the barrel
No!
with the slaughter.
Oh, yes!
Oh, T1 stepping in, dominating the Herald fight. They force
Almost an
all
ace,
their
almost an
flashes
ace,
over
almost
the
an
back
ace,
of the
almost
pit
an
and
ace.
Still chase down 2 of the
Almost.
kills. That initiation, Carrier, Bard ultimate into Owner. timing
No
the Rel
flash.
engage right
They got no
afterwards
flash,
is
no
massive.
nothing,
And the
man.
nightmare of the Jin turns into a dream for T1.
Oh, that was a
As
good
Herald fight
fucking
goes
team
their way.
fight.
It is the
Ah,
setup here initially. Looks a
sadly,
bit
he's
clunky,
just
but
died, though.
Owner gets the combo.
Da- da-
Immediately
da-
forces out the
ano yung ano,
ultra
yung,
This is where if 369 isn't
parang
so far
palapin na
behind,
pinalapit
maybe
sa
it's
gitna.
enough to turn the fight, but instead everyone is already low. The equalizer isn't enough, and
Oh,
JDG are
okay,
fish in a
okay.
barrel.
And you just saw there, Rumble flashed and still died. Gumayusi killed him. Missing flashes, Missing still gonna die.
Fucking hell.
He gets killed by the Jin again.
Dude,
Carrier,
Jin?
Bard tunnels them
That
over.
snipe with
Knight
Jin
dies
was like,
as well. Let's see about the next fight because
Perfect.
now there are going to be 0 flashes on the side of JDG.
Does Jin have, like-
Faker,
Or
Kanavi.
Kuma still have theirs.
Oh, wait.
Zeus.
That's not.
No boots yet. No magic mantle. Working steadily towards what we assume will be a Dusk Blade here as he backs away. Maybe suspects the play from Kanavi. Charge forward, lock up. Ulti used in the previous fight. 369 still burning him down. Zeus running for the hills, the rumble, and the buy. Get it done on the top side. A bit of hope for JDG.
Nothing they can do with
That's
that.
huge. That's very, very big for getting him
Walang
back on
boxing,
track.
Zeus na.
They need to get 369 and turret plate up there as well. Rift Trail dropped in the mid lane. Looks like Knight
got no
was actually the
boots
one who
too.
got to pick it up. Nice. So he's going to be able to get the full gold on it. Didn't have to split it with Kanavi there. Isolates it a little bit more, but next dragon coming up pretty soon as well.
Wait,
Only 10 seconds left on that
a
clock.
Herald
The
breaks
Carrier's already trying to get a little bit
own,
deeper
like,
vision
play.
for the setup.
Really big
And
moment
there's
here.
no
These are
other
types of plays that JDG
player
need to
around.
make.
You
They
get
want to
the
make sure that this
full
goalie doesn't grow further, right? Shutting down Zeus, not allowing him to just play the isolated 1v1, because we've seen in the series against LNG where that can lead. Kanavi being very
this is
patient
bad
there.
for Fake.
Zeus walks up and wards, gets taken out even without the ult being available for the Vi.
Reminder,
Look at the
when we
ping on
talk
the
about
maps.
JDG, we talk about scaling graciously, being willing to lose something here or there, so when they hit 2 items, they can find the perfect angle for a fight, something they
kind
are
of
so
dragon is
incredibly good at doing. That said, T1 takes
Soul?
control for so much of this early game, almost 2k in
Take
their
that
favor.
Soul. Area ult.
They're not willing to
Dragon.
give up this Drake for free. Owner into the pit, and he
Oh,
will steal
yes!
it right out of Kanavi's hands. Curtain call
Boom!
while there is no
Boom! Guma! What?
Equalizer used just to keep the support alive.
Guma!
Make it look
What?
effortless there. They just come in, yoink, thank you so much
What's
for
up with the
dragon. Owner
Jin?
steals it away,
What's
and
up with
they
the
also
Jin,
get-
man?
Never mind, he gets a free
Owner,
back.
Staying a bit
no,
too long, stun now coming
overextend
through.
CE, Owner.
369, careful not to overheat too quickly. Continuing to walk forward, making sure now he has the flames better to try to bring it back.
Nag-overextend si
Shockwave
Owner.
there, Carrier not
I'm
quite
trying
able
to
to connect.
overextend
Maybe
this.
they have the damage. Faker's going to be in
No,
trouble.
they have the damage. They can.
Trying to sacrifice
Whoa,
369,
no.
burning
Yes.
to the ignite of Carrier.
Yes.
Gets it killed as well.
Oh.
Every play that looks like it favors JDG just turns in the favor of T1.
And it looked there like Owner had overstepped, but the rest of the team is there to back
No.
it up. Faker can't keep him
Owner
alive.
fucking
Defense
baited.
stall for reinforcements to arrive.
And the key factor here, through it all, through all of this exciting fight, is that all these kills keep going to Faker and Gumayusi, and they still have their
This
flashes
freaking
available. The
snipe
T1
right here.
carries are in a
This is
huge
perfect.
position to carry. So 140
And
something
Owner
HP look like they're on
taking the
Dragon.
Cloud Soul.
On a Kanavi's early
Oh.
attempt, Owner just yoinks it. Thank you very much. Then they come in. They did invest Zeus' teleport there to
overextend
get
yellow
down,
si
and you
Owner
see
dito.
towards the end of it,
Bruh.
you had Knight teleport up top side
Dalawa.
on the Akali to go pick
It's
up that
dalawa,
minion wave by the
yes,
top
you can
turret,
do.
which is probably what Owner was
we can
thinking
take
when he
that,
was
we
like,
can
okay,
take that,
fine,
we
I
can
guess it's okay for me to go
Ano
in
yung
here.
ano, binata
In
ni
the end, on the
Faker?
chase down, they still end up getting the better of it here because with the Ignite on 369, they still get that kill and they get the kill on the missing. So even though Owner walks into the jungle and he goes down, it's a 2-for-1 for T1.
That is just.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about Jin in general,
So-
but 303 Jin with Swifties and a Storm Razor, I feel pretty damn
I'm
good
dying
about
right now.
Kobe.
And it's about when you pick it. You know, like we said in Champ Select, there's no pure big tank on the enemy team.
Temper
Just
Fate
stack a
there.
bunch of
Oh!
Should be an easy follow-up. Now Carrier's
Wait,
taking
nagkamali?
to the wall, trying to
Nagkamali
line
siya
up.
ng
He
ano?
doesn't even need to. Zeus' damage is disgusting.
Stam ni Keria?
Crucial
Tama
there. Look
pala
at
yung
the
ano.
timing on 369 flash.
Yeah.
Just a couple of
Dude,
seconds later, and he would have been able to flash that. Would have been fine. But
I can't
T1
do
is
this.
targeting this top side so
is
insanely
pumping a
heavy,
little bit too
and it
fast
all
right
comes
now.
from
Teddy's not done.
Clean sidestep, nice backstep as well. Shattering strike.
Oh.
Not going to connect. Ruler able to hold on to his life. Good footwork missing there to cover and clear the way. But T1, sharks in the water, waiting for a single sign of blood from JDG.
So fun to watch them play because they after they get the kill on top side, they immediately shift everybody up towards this mid lane. Zeus is able to get the tower by himself as they push them back. And so, first tower bonus, look at that. 14.5 minutes. We've already got objective bounties popping up on the side of JDG because of the gold lead that T1 have accrued.
That is insane. And MasterCard Lane Economy Snapshot is going to remind us just how crazy it is. That's dominance. If you don't know what dominance looks like in the graph, that's it.
What's that 25 then, huh?
I don't know.
What's that called?
It's kind of like a reverse middle finger is kind of what's going on here in this sort of game. And that said, T1, they're a team that's loved around the world, right? They're heavy favorites in the vote, but coming into this tournament, JDG felt like clear winners. Felt like probably an easy golden road given the meta. But T1, you know, a chance for redemption for a roster that's come close so many times, and they're making good on all that faith from all the fans here in Busan showing up again.
Kind of player from JDG. They know they can't contest because of the item discrepancy. So try and get maybe a kill towards the bot side of the map, maybe pick up a bounty. I think they should be able to shove in the turret here, but it is going to be the Herald going over this time around to T1. And this Dragon stacking is going to become a really big part. I think the first Drake that JDG got is still something they're going to be super happy about because it denies a really early Ocean Soul. Because we haven't really talked about it yet, right? But T1 in particular, if they can reach a point where players like Zeus, even with this lethality build, can just sustain for everything, it becomes really hard for JDG because their Rumble is so far behind to actually have the damage output until you get to way later in the game to take down T1.
One thing that's so cool about the T1 bottom lane here and then continuing to innovate on the world's meta is that with Jhin and Bard, you have so many pick tools for the mid stages of the game. When you get towers down so early like this, it frees up a lot of space to go in. Room for Carrier to make some picks here with the Bard ultimate, as well as Guma Yushi with these Ws, trying to root up behind anything that owner goes for. So when you're in a time window like this, where Zeus does have his teleport ready, you have to be so scared as JDG. Zeus can just split push and then still teleport into the rest of the team towards this Dragon spawn. There he comes.
Now the curtain call comes out, isolating Kanavi. Carrier now on the follow, trying to take the jungler out before the Dragon comes alive. Ignite already burning down, Kanavi running. Half health. If T1 want to capitalize on this window, they're going to need to fight soon.
And look at that. Zeus was able to push the wave all the way up. Teleports down to the bottom side. Now T1 have the minion wave crashing top side. They can push out mid, and they're threatening JDG on this team fight. Zeus on the flank, down bottom, in the tri-brush.
Herald already utilized. Going to create some pressure, going to break open mid lane at the very least. T1 already pulling ahead in the play. If they can get the Drake as well, it's everything. Owner waiting in the darkness. JDG, this is such a tough angle to fight from. Continuing to stay around, continuing to stick around, willing to give up so many resources. The crash in mid lane already happened from the Herald. The tower slowly but surely crashing. Or rather breaking down now as Dragon still aggroed here. Carrier playing on the edge. Ruler going through the portal.
Ruler! Die,
please! But to little effect as JDG just have to run the pullback over the wall. Now they're just trying to isolate, take out Zeus. Big golden flux for the side of JDG. Can they take the fall fight? Already the equalizer burned. Carrier running through the magical journey. And everybody trying to get Ruler will be denied.
No! No! Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Yushi out of ammo, desperately trying to reload, but here comes the kunai. Here comes Knight, the flash away to safety.
Holy shit! Holy shit! No!
Has he stabbed Baker's coming? Bar. Baker on the flank.
Baker!
No
Baker!
Baker! A lot of help. Has to play careful here. Knight.
No.
Ultimate.
Baker na to. Tayo
Needs to make his way out of this one.
From
so far away. Owner
coming
in. The pullback on a missing.
Holy!
Stick around too long. One take already. Knight now going. Guma says not today.
Guma puts it right between
Yeah,
his
boy!
eyes. Knight goes for the kill. But Baker did so much work in this.
My heart.
And for a moment, it looks like what I can only imagine must have been a mistake with Ruler taking the gate there. JDG is almost able to take him around by immediately collapsing onto Zeus. Even with him investing his flash, that's a lot of gold for T1 gone right from the get-go.
And that is the Akali ultimate, it is the Vi ultimate,
Oh,
and it's a bunch of
Owner?
tower dive damage. So
Owner?
then when Faker is able to teleport down and reposition,
I don't know
here
how
by the
Owner
Triberse as
survived
well,
this.
his shockwave splits
I
them,
don't
and then look, he
understand.
just runs down
Look at
Ruler,
that.
while Knight and Missing
Missing
are
is
trying
like
to chase Gumayusi.
on
but
Owner.
Gumayusi, critical flash right there. He dodges the E from Knight. That is lethal. He's able to avoid this, and then Faker's able to chase them down. The W coming
And then
through
Faker
from the Jhin as well to root up Knight.
the slow
Owner
Guma.
poking around. He knows
It's
all he has
just,
to
like,
worry about is
perfect,
the Akali damage. They kill
They're-
off the Alistar
they're
first.
fucking
Even with
Guma
that
is
E
perfect.
landing, Guma takes him down.
Poor shot in the dancing grenade to finish
Wait.
the job. Close fight. I think the picture as well. Ocean Drake does get picked up.
Exactly, and what is that going
I
to do
can't
for
do
the
this.
game plan for this team? We saw before the Dragon even went down, the mid tower's down. All the goals
I'm
that
gonna
T1
lose
wanted
my
with this
voice
composition have been
later,
accomplished.
man.
They're opening
Like,
up the map.
literally.
They've taken away the Dragon stacking possibilities from JDG, and they have the gold lead to snowball with. So now without these outer towers in mid and top here, T1 are going to continue to look for picks.
Owner pushed back, contesting a bit of vision here as Guma tries to get mid-priority. You can see Faker opting for a defensive build in the Akali. Knows that if he wants to go onto that side lane, he needs something like a Banshees to make sure he does not get picked off. Diligence in the itemization of T1. Locket as well coming out for Keria, just to make sure that it's that much harder to burst through Gumayusi. And with JDG so far behind in so many positions, they might just not have enough damage to finish off these priority targets. Keria going in. Lineup not quite there.
Boom!
Trying to back up.
Oh, I
Shockwave
missed.
pulling
That
in,
didn't.
kills the
Let's
Alistar, but it
go!
gets tier 2 as well.
The range on this composition, baby. Look at those picks for T1. The cow is down, and they're going to get a free bottom tower. Look at the minimap. Zeus.
Dude, Zeus is like
push to his
fucking
heart's content in the last
soloing
outer tower. The defense is here for
Soloing
JDG.
bottom,
Crumbling.
man.
Carry a critical destruction flip means the lockup is there. On he goes into the shroud.
Nice.
Navi ready to get
Okay,
his life to protect his mid laner. They're now going into the
69.
line straight onto Guma.
Oh no, this is bad.
Doesn't quite connect to the Jhin. Burns to the ground. JDG.
Okay, good. It's still salvageable. They can salvage this.
They need him to crash down.
Yes!
The pull back on the infernal chains. Missing goes in, but he cannot find the edge.
Oh,
Still
no.
stands, but he doesn't have the
Knight,
angle to
Knight,
attack.
Knight.
He doesn't
Oh,
have the
no, no,
angle
no.
into the fight. The Shroud will take
Okay,
Knight out to
one,
safety,
one.
and T1
Okay, they can
stands
one, they
strong
can
despite the kill on
They can one,
Guma.
they did.
As long as T1 doesn't get anything, though, you'll take that as JDG. That is a big shutdown going over.
Look at that
Guma
fucking gold
actually
gift,
going
man.
down there means that at the very least some gold will go into the pockets.
This is
But you
the
gotta
highest
imagine, as
one
soon
yet.
as the Baron is going to get started by T1, their take isn't amazing, but that has to be the next objective.
Dude,
Area there.
look at
Knows Knight's
Guma.
going to go for the E
Knifing.
on his double backwards. Stuns him
You
up,
love
hits
to
him.
see it.
But here's a look at the encounter. It is so beautiful.
equalizer
Kanavi
talaga
locking
ng,
Guma up, and then they get the
holy.
root from Ruler. He doesn't even get to move, and Gumayusi is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Guma gets caught in the Bard Earl there, then he actually survives, right? It is the
I'm
fact that
kinda
he just
surprised that
barely, I
369,
think, got
like,
knocked out of it there at the end. And as a result, ends up going down. T1 tries to get more extra kills, but won't find it. But this is the real test for JDG. Even with the deficit, can they maybe find a big wombo combo on top of a Rumble Ultimate when T1 goes for Nash?
And a test for
Okay, there's
T1 to
one
make sure that they can
bottom.
take this Baron
what's the
cleanly or
whole,
continue
like,
to push
name
their
of the
advantage
bottom?
forward. So many teams, this is where it all
Rusher.
gets
Rusher.
thrown away around this massive
Rusher, man.
objective. JDG, though, continuing to just fish for picks on the side lane. Not eager
Not
to force
sure,
the
Roshan.
5v5. Deficit they're at, it makes a lot of sense. 7k gold advantage for the side of T1.
People usually... Uh-oh, as we have
Wait,
Owner
what?
getting into some
Owner?
dangerous territory here.
They'll walk away.
Rumble's recalling right now, and Rumble doesn't have teleport. He's Ignite Rumble, so there's no way they actually try and fight it. All right, JDG,
What's
they
Ignite?
want to defend their vision, but they have to choose their moment. They're so far behind that now, if they lose another fight, then that will be Baron, and that will be the end of the game. That will be all that T1
that's
needs
sad.
to end it.
Big thing here, though, is that that ward isn't spotted
Did they, like-
by the control ward. So there is 100% knowledge for JDG whether or not T1 has actually started up the Baron. Oh, JDG can just sit there, bide their time.
Missing walks forward, immediately
no.
forced to break the Unbreakable
That-
Will.
that
or
would've been a
pop
good
the Unbreakable
collapse.
Will.
That was an immediate cost to curse. Sorry for your flash missing.
To be fair, he knew they at least weren't on Baron, even if he wasn't sure of anything else. T1 have started this one. Guma in the area. Again, a slower Baron normally, but they're so far ahead with the Jhin that it might not matter. TP from the Akali. Knight in the area now. T1 maybe just going to fish for the pick here. Already got one advantage. Tempered Fate onto Kanavi is big.
Oh,
The
let's
Lions there.
go,
They need to
baby.
lock him down. Can they find it?
Oh no, this is bad.
Back
This
in
is
his
bad.
hands, Owner
Oh,
in the air.
oh, oh.
Getting damage coming in for the Dark and Blade. Missing on the backside, trying to buy some space.
Oh,
With a
oh.
shockwave, it's clean. And
Guma! Guma! Guma!
Havoc on all of JDG.
Guma! 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 Guma!
Looking to break
No.
over the base of JDG.
It's an
Gotta be the
ace!
game. I think they can push for the end.
Halt construction on the Golden Road immediately. T1
What
has something to say
The
about
fuck
it.
is happening?
From start to finish, they have been in the driver's seat from the creative pathing in the early game of Owner to shut down 3-6-9.
This is not real. This is not real. This is not real. It's 25 minutes.
Showing up massive in this first game, missing and Kanavi.
This is 25 minutes, man.
The Nexus.
It's just 25 minutes. It's just 25 minutes.
Well, well, well. Blue side, game one. Quite the flex here from T1. Pulling out the Jin card.
25.
Falling incredibly effectively. And I still have to remember how this game first started, with Owner getting a really good Raptor steal into Red steal into Krugs, level 3, ganking on the Rumble from behind. And that changed the whole
25
story of how this
minutes!
top lane is going to go. Zeus is then able to follow it up with a solo kill, and T1 snowballed victory.
And I have two questions. What is going to happen to Rumble? The pick away didn't work, and what side is JDG going to pick?
Damn good questions.
Oh shit. Oh god, I forgot to put the BGM on this one. Sorry, excuse me. There you go.
think they are the best red side team remaining in the tournament. You're going to give them over to red side. You have to take blue, but maybe T1 just wins red anyway.
Yeah, let's see if JDG has something else in the tank. I believe so. We're not going to write them off that easily, but it is T1 that strike first here in Busan. We'll be right back.
Ruled out? Okay.
Doesn't look like T1 is
Let
going to
me
be able to
just
contest the
understand.
streak.
Going for the solo ball.
They fucking did it in 25 minutes, picking a did not get pick legend or like character in the whole series, and they still won in 25 minutes.
Trying not to stick around for too long. One taken down already. Knight now going in, trying to turn it back. Guma says not today.
Guma.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
I still don't know how to make poses.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yo, Famlet, you there? Yo, did you know that Red Bull like lost a lawsuit to a random person, which quote, let me quote this, okay? He what you call this? He sued Red Bull because by Red Bull's slogan, Red Bull gives you wings. You know that? Yeah, he did win. And then now, every time that Red Bull like says it in their like promotional materials, it's so sarcastic. It's just weird. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell me why Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go and find it? The getaway that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Say go and dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, not to run away.
Yo, welcome.
Welcome back to the caster desk for Game 2 between JDG and T1. T1 off to an incredibly dominant start. The things that allowed them to be successful in quarterfinals, those bot lane picks leading to priority, really paying off here in the first game. We'll see if it works out in the second game. The number one question on our minds is how do JDG recover? What do they want to focus on? As the loser, they have the luxury of side selection, and we'll see how they adapt coming into this game 2.
And I'd argue it's also been one of the biggest strengths of this team throughout the year, how well they are able to adapt within a series. This is a team that has so many different playstyles available to them. Although I do think that you're not going to be able to find a way around banning Rumble. I feel like that at this point just has to be done because, as we clearly saw, can't give it to Zeus. 369 picking it also is not a solution. So I imagine that is going to be pivot number 1, and then pivot number 2 is ensure that T1 aren't able to snowball every lane to the degree they did in the last game.
And pay attention to your level 1s and defending your jungle and looking for these invades and tracking Owner here. Really has been a big difference maker. This year for T1, Owner was not a star. Owner was one of the most criticized members of the entire team. And yet, in the last few series,
100%.
He has been so much better for them in the last couple of series here at World.
And a player who continues to surpass our expectations, Chroniclers U, talking about can he play more than Jarvan? And ever since then, he's been pulling out new picks. Yes, it's mostly Rel. We'll see what he wants to go for this time around and how Navi can fire back, because it was a surprisingly quiet game from him. Obviously was shut down in the jungle in the early game, but all of JDG, I think, hoping for a clean refresh after that pretty crushing game 1.
And I'd imagine that they might want to be pivoting and putting him on something like the Wukong. Obviously, the Orianna is a no-brainer, particularly with the Akali already there. But on red side, I think the likelihood of T1 trying to go for some insane 2v2 focused bot lane with an AD carry support skyrockets. So picking up a Wukong in your second or third rotation could be a good way to kind of preemptively weaken that, but also allowing Kanavi to get the type of pick that he shines on.
Are they going to go, so Kalista plus Renata is available, and they go for the double poke lane with the Ashe not being banned. Caitlyn Ashe here, so much poke power, so much pushing power for bottom lane. I want to see if they try and attempt to still pick the short range Kalista Renata into it and try and get some ganks off, try and get some pressure there, or opt to also go with a double poke.
And I want to reiterate, Ruler's Kalista was banned for years in the LCS. It didn't matter whether the champion was meta.
Baby.
He was just not allowed to play it. And he even faced into a counter matchup on the Ashe, which obviously has a really good matchup into this, still going to trust himself, trust his mechanics, trust his lane partner to try and get a lead there.
And I think the sad thing for Ruler is if you look at the previous game, it wasn't really about his proficiency in the 2v2. He had no lane prio, trapped under his tower, couldn't find an angle into a fight. And it's a similar story for Missing on the Alistar. A lot of these aggressive engages just not paying off. So see if this will be a different story with the Kalista, with the comfort pick, with almost a signature pick, backing him up here. The Vi now coming out as well. Again, safe, pretty standard jungle pick, but T1 opting to mismatch here. Not going to pick a jungler. We'll lock in the Azir for Faker, see what they end up getting for Owner as we get later in the draft, and what JDG can secure for Missing in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I kind of actually like JDG jumping on the Vi pick here to combine with the Orianna ball for the delivery system back to the double low mobility 80 carries to the side of T1, but it does mean you're going to drop your support pick here, and you guys are talking about Missing. He's going to receive several extra bans here. The Nautilus right off the top of it here. They're trying to take away more of that hard engage to protect their backline.
And Gwen here signals maybe a Cassante for 369. He really struggled in the previous game. Can also look towards the Ornn, because I do think that that is one of the tools that can really frustrate these low mobility but really high power bot lane carries for Gumusha and Keria. Blitzcrank also taken away shouldn't be a surprise, given that neither of them really have a good way of dealing with it. And you can snowball the lane very early on if you land some key hooks.
What is the blind pick here for T1? Presumably just jungle. Save counter pick for Zeus on the top side of the map. Really taking their time. Again, champion pool was a question for Owner, but he's shown that it goes pretty deep these days.
Yeah, they could do.
Oh, yeah.
What's up? The Maokai is up. The Sejuani is up.
Oh, yeah, just that incredibly high priority champion we've seen the entire tournament. Yeah, it will be the Maokai locked in. Combined with the Hawk Shot, combined with the Yordle Snap Traps, it is going to be impossible for JDG.
That means they might do Zeus with an AD top laner there, like Jace or something like that even. It is early into the Cassante, though, so Jack's angle available.
Senna.
The Senna plus Callista lane here to try and deal with the poke Ashe Kate.
And I think a lot of the reason that we've seen Senna be successful in this tournament is because she goes into relatively low-range opponents. Things like the Kai'Sa. Both Ashe and Caitlyn have good tools to contest Senna's soul stacking in the early lane phase, but have to hope that JDG have something special prepared here.
Aatrox seems to be the no-brainer here. Zeus, I'm sure, is going to go to Feldy, even facing Cassante. But I think the main thing with Senna and Callista is that their level 1 is absolutely nuts. And I'd expect this to go back to what we saw in the LCK in spring countless times, where literally it just you heal level 1, you just fight to the death, fight over control of the wave, because whichever of these two lanes gets ahead is going to have a really easy time to, from then on, keep their opponents on the back foot.
I'm excited for this one. Keria is the master of these double AD bottom lanes, so this is going to be a fist fight down there.
What is AD?
And with T1 one game ahead, now on red side, we know what JDG is likely to pick in the next game as well, pushing T1 back there. You have to hope, if you're a JDG fan, that JDG can show us more, that they can match more, because if T1 find the same advantage that they did against LNG with these incredibly aggressive bottom lanes, as a blind pick this time around, that is a big red flag as we get deeper into the series.
And this JDG comp does need to stack those dragons to be able to get that win con there for them. Make use of the rend to secure it. Oh my goodness, so much pressure here on.
Wait, question,
and talk about pressure,
369
needs to have a better game on the Cassante. This is something that obviously we talk so much about, the journey of this player, going from someone that could only play carries to someone that, and we saw this both domestically and at MSI, is the best tank player in the world, right? The way he's able to create...
I love how Zeus is like making you question it now. I mean, like, wait a second, a couple of series here.
I mean, 369, I don't think has had the best tournament thus far, right? So I think it isn't unreasonable. Having a big Cassante game here, though, is going to be pivotal, and I'd expect him to bounce back the way that JDG have done countless times throughout this year.
We'll see if he can do it, but in the meantime, his team's set up their level 1s. Remember that you can log into your Riot account on LawEsports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds emotes and icons. There it is. Bam, LawEsports.com. Get those drops, folks.
And let me remind you, this JDG team, even though they got blasted in game number 1, this is the quintessential super team. When they added Knight and Ruler to this squad, two of the best carries in the entire world here, their goal was to complete this golden row from the very beginning. This is constructed, this team is constructed to win the entire thing, and they've done so much work to get to this point. T1 though, Faker said, all roads lead to him trying to stand between them and that huge achievement. Keria on the level 1 is going to lead the way with the Ashe.
Thing taking so much damage. Now the free fire to Keria. Keria has to be careful.
Wait, team fight the god?
Over the wall for now. Standing strong. 369 on the backside. Has popped the ghost. 1-2 stack going, but he can't really find an angle in. Has to be careful. Third stack missing incredibly low. Q
someone
to the creeps.
No. Give me a kill. Give me a kill.
He's level 2. Getting burned down. Owner level 2. He flashes in. They get first blood. Traded back. Knight.
Bro, what the fuck is happening to T1? Why are they so aggressive?
World Championship ARAM. Whoa! The level 1 ARAM goes 2-1 in the favor of T1 securing first blood.
We already had the Scrim World Championships. Now we have the Arim World Championships
to be
as
fair,
well.
it is a RAR. It is all random, all rafters, not
Omelette.
mid. Kobe, just technically, just to be
Omelette.
fair.
And the funniest part is, it is the Raptors
What's
that actually
going on?
solidifies it, because the moment that Owner hits 2, T1 feels the confidence. And I understand that JDG feel confident to take this, because again, I think Kalista and
Why
Senna
are
in
they
these
so
level 1
freaking
skirmishes
aggressive?
are incredible, but T1 is so ready, and the fact that they're able to secure the Raptors ends up being really big.
And look at all these extra autos from Guma and Carrier. They're just poking them down, missing its
It's the range.
Chunked fully out by the double
This is
range
just-
bottom lane to double AD carry. And then Owner says, you know what? We're going in for this. He all-ins, goes for the flash W. They get the first blood plus the extra one.
And missing, dying there
Owner
with his
is just
flash up as
baiting
well
everybody.
is really painful,
Like,
because that is so
even
much
the-
going
even,
over
like,
very early on
earlier match,
to Guma's Caitlyn.
he was just baiting, man.
And providing
I don't
T1 with the
understand.
early lead that they're looking for in this lane.
Also, Knight blowing his flash here in mid lane for the Orianna might be
Okay.
painful. Faker's gone for the Hail of Blades. This has been a rune choice that actually hasn't won that many games technically. Faker was actually the guy that
can't
did win the
say
game
that
with
Faker
Hail of
is
Blades.
playing for
but it
five
does
different
also put out more
things
pressure
anymore,
early on
five
in the
different
lane
pieces
phase
anymore.
than the Conqueror
Everybody
style.
is
And now
just
with Knight
fucking
also not having flash. Maybe there are some
They're
owner
so good,
angles
man.
here
I can't-
for the Maokai, setting up the saplings around mid lane for Faker to really play aggressively into Knight.
For now, 369 on the top side of the map, knowing he's relatively safe to do this as Kanavi is shadowing him in the river. Can just clear out that wave, stay out of the individual 1v1 with Zeus. Owner moving in, laying down a little bit of vision here, going to contest this red. Remember, because he got that level 2, because he got that first camp, he really wasn't hampered at all from that level 1.
Oh, is it going to time out? No,
No,
we'll
saw him.
spot him. And there is double prio here for
Owner's got
T1.
smite.
Walking away, 700 health going in, not quite able to get it!
Owner.
Kanavi!
Early smite, Owner. Early smite there. Kanavi very happy to be able to grab that one back.
That's really big. A lot of time invested there for Owner without any real
Oh,
payoff.
but I
And
didn't-
369 sees the enemy jungler, is like, hey, I can proxy another wave with no problem, ensuring that he is able to maintain this early CS lead he's built up over Zeus.
We got the ARAM championships, we got Farming Simulator on the top side. This game has it all. Now we got a Maokai gank in the bot lane. Ruler has to be careful, just barely gets around the trap, but Owner stepping forward. The cleanse isn't going to be enough. Walking in, one more onto the kick, way into the flash in. Carria seals the deal. Missing, trying to fire back with Carria. Blinking.
Kanavi!
Kanavi looking for one.
That's
Bam!
one.
Knocked down. We've seen the scene in Arcane. You know exactly how this goes. Flash in, hits him with the fisticuffs, double kill. Going over to Kanavi.
Really good timing there for Kanavi to go back in. He waits out the barrier from Carrier, then flashes in, gets the extra kill. Kanavi pulling this one back for JDG.
And that's the gold lead for T1 now evaporated thanks to that timing from Kanavi.
Is really critical for Kanavi trying to save the game plan here for JDG, because that would have been devastating if Ruler went down, both summoner spells blown by Ruler as well, without any repercussions there. It would have greatly diminished the chances they could actually stack their dragons.
On the flip side though, Gumayushi actually was able to pick up so much more CS and maintained his summoners. Did not have to flash here as we take another look at that play.
Okay, so Owner trying to chase them, past the trap here, goes in, he gets the cleanse out first, and then Carrier waits for his timer, flashes forward to get the extra kill, but Kanavi, we know, coming around the outside, and he picks up the first one on Owner really nicely, then waits patiently, wards in the brush even though there is a control ward there, flashes in as soon as the barrier's over to get number 2.
Missing flashing in the backside there just to be careful. Ultimately, it's just kind of a mess on the bottom side. With some good kills traded back and forth there. Zeus level 6, but at a man disadvantage. We'll make it back. Dark and Blade just locking down Kanavi briefly as Zeus will just return to the top side. Already 369 picking up some Thorn Mail.
Ruler.
Bramble vest, Fred.
And it's like, it feels like the first moment that we've had in this game where there is nothing happening, where we have a little bit of downtime. I don't know how long it's going to last, because Owner is already wrapping around. Does get spotted in a second here by Ruler, but
there's no downtime. There is only fighting. Owner on the bottom side of the ridge.
Again, don't use that.
Carrier will back away.
Like, don't
Just
spam it,
fighting
please.
to gain control of the lane. They've got no jungler in the area, but Missing just going to do what he can to clear out the saplings and try to protect the control ward. Will get taken away here.
And you can tell, they had no idea where Kanavi was because that Ashe Hawk shot went to go over their own Raptors and Krugs to see if Kanavi was counter-jungling at the time. But Kanavi was on his way down towards that fight, down towards the bottom side. So Owner has to get out of there. They were very unsure and definitely respecting this 2-kill Vi now.
And after game number 1, where JDG was really put too far behind for them to showcase their team fighting, this game looking a whole lot different, right? Actually staying on even gold here early on in the game. And it's not like that top side isn't going to be a menace when it comes to team fights.
Kanavi on the way out, Missing getting slowed up. First the Black Mist coming through just to make sure he can get out to safety. I think it's an excellent point. Kanavi especially against a Hawk shot, against the Maokai sapling, still able to find those kills on the bottom side is a big credit to him because it could be so tricky to remain undetected in the jungle against a composition like this. Level 6 though, taking over for Guma.
Yeah. While there are so many stars on JDG, Kanavi's been the one on the team for the longest with his 4-year tenure here and is going to be a key component this time around, especially those junglers looking for their level 6s.
Oh, 369. Doesn't quite have the angle to get the pull back there. All right, walking up and grabbing the honey fruit. Will be spotted on the vision, but just there for a little bit of extra laning sustain. As 369 is going to do his best to pick up these creeps. Has the biscuit, so no concerns on the mana front.
Dude,
and I think the Kanavi angle is something that people have to appreciate and respect, because this is a guy that after his time in Griffin, it was kind of a question mark as to where his career was going to go. And those initial years on JDG weren't nearly as glamorous as this one has been. So the fact that he has stuck with his team through thick and thin, that the organization has stuck with him to reach this point against T1 is a testament to the tenacity of that player.
There is also just, even when JDG wasn't nearly as successful as they have been throughout this year, already so much talk amongst a lot of LCK junglers as well about the creativity. A lot of early meta developments were spearheaded by this player. And he is the one with the most gold on JDG right now. And we'll see what impact he can have in the skirmishes, because the follow-up CC on JDG is, I think, a really big part of how they want to play out these early skirmishes.
All right, Owner should get level 6 off these Wolves, I think, for the Maokai. And Kanavi's already starting up Rift Herald, so it should be a Dragon trade for the Rift Herald. I don't think T1 want to fight anything up on the top side of the map, and they'll be happy actually to trade these objectives. But that does mean JDG will have the extra pushing power and try and snowball here. Big gold injection from this Rift Herald, and already to a very rich Vi. They're going to have to make a very big Vi ultimate plus shockwave play to make this worthwhile.
Also do note, and this is something in the last game Zeus got away with, because Kawan, he was mega fed as old. The gank
from 369. Pushing for a bit more, but nothing going to come from it. Just an ult-for-ult trade.
Still good, we're still good, still good, still good.
Vi stepping up, Kanavi ready to go. Just baiting out the Darkened Blade, however. Zeus to clear the wave and should be fine.
But as I was saying earlier, the fact that Zeus is going for this full lethality build, as Owner does get spotted, there is almost teleport available for Knight, so we'll see if a response is available here. Kanavi also making his way over. Just the fact that in the 1v1, Zeus is going to have so much less pressure than he did in the last game. It's going to force T1 to meet JDG in straight-up team fights.
Biggest power spike on the whole map right now, though, is Kanavi finishing Divine Sunder. With his 2 early kills and his Rift Herald gold and Vi ultimate ready, the power is in his hands here to turn the tides for JDG.
Zeus waiting till the last second to cancel the back. Now, unstoppable from Cassandre. Still gets pulled back. Not going to cost 369 much of anything, just delaying the recall. Trying to mess up the timings here from the side of JDG. Good news for T1 is that while it's not as dominant, Guma and Carrier have been able to grab a couple plates on the bottom side, the power of this pushing bottom lane. It will get harder, though, as we get later into the game, missing 38 souls. Every 20 souls, he's been getting 15 AD, 20 range, 10% crit chance. So despite the fact that he has almost no gold income as a support, Senna will become a threat eventually.
Outside of specifically the Ashe, though, and even Ashe obviously has a lot of value, but I do think she falls off as we get toward the late game. Nice back cancel there. Thank you for that carry out.
They're trolling, man. They're actually
The
trolling.
rest of T1 still is a really big late game menace, but you are meeting JDG in their biggest comfort zone, which is going to be the team fights. We'll see if T1 is actually able to stack up the early Drakes here with Mountain and Hextech already out of the pool. We'll see what ends up being the Soul. Because if JDG is able to snowball with the use of that Herald, might be tough for T1 to find a similar grasp of control as they did in the last game.
And that
Kita
recall
ba ng
interrupt
ano,
is
ng
actually
ibang
really
team
big
yung
for T1.
kabilang
It's
team
going to
yung
allow
items
Guma to
mo?
get at least one turret plate here with Keria helping him push. Maybe they go for two. Maokai on the way as well.
Cleanse up and available for Ruler. Missing has to be careful about stepping too far forward. Faker in the area as well. The flash, potential to make some plays, but the response, Herald being dropped in the mid lane, at least 2 plates for Knight. If they want to commit, instead they're moving down into the river to maybe try to leverage the power of Kanavi here. Again, power spike's pretty limited. Obviously stronger than the righteous. Flash out from Kanavi. Traded for the ultimate Faker. Overall, very positive trade for T1 coming to the next fight.
Nag-flash. Wait, ult ni Faker yun?
All right, let's see if that does get punished. There's a slight bounty. The only bounty in the game is on Kanavi's head, so no flash. Slightly higher chance here for T1 to collect it. But the mid turret plates kind of making up for the bottom side push there that T1 got. So JDG getting some money happily over there into the hands of Knight. The Orianna Shockwave in their hands this time around. See what they can do with it, because Kanavi's going to help him get another turret plate.
Alting, no one there to body block for missing. That could be disastrous. Carry behind. Zeus
Owner!
You're trying to run for his life, kiting this one out. Zeus keeping his eyes on the Callistas. Kanavi in the backside will find one. Knight with the shockwave, at least managing to lock down the trade kill.
This is huge for JDG. They did not teleport 369 in. That is a teleport cooldown for Zeus and a 1-for-1 with both junglers going down. 369 gets to stay topside and get turret plate money.
Not only that, the shutdown went to Keria. You'd really much rather have that on Faker or Gumayushi, but instead, JDG able to trade 1-for-1, kill the shutdown rather, doesn't even go to the ideal target for T1, and they're able to get plates towards the top side for 369 just before they fall off.
Patience from Zeus there on the return to lane. 369 waiting in the darkness, hoping to get more out of that trade. But we can take a look at how this play starts out. The aggressive use of the ultimate from Owner.
Yeah, they use the Maokai ult to lock them up. Zeus with the teleport down, and then they go for it. But look how they're able to focus down Owner on the other side. As a nice dodge there on the Ash arrow. Goes 1-for-1, and with the extra rend, slow down here, they're able to kite away, keep T1 without getting too much damage dealt to themselves here on the side of JDG, and that means we're going to get some extra power spikes coming in as well. Knight very happily finishing up his Ludens, as is Faker.
Now, the one advantage that T1 was able to get is that summoners are now down on Ruler and missing. Ruler still has his cleanse, but outside of that, does need to play a lot safer, and I think T1 are going to try and leverage that into getting the second dragon here.
Like earlier?
Do not forget, if Zeus answers towards top, 369 can TP, but if Zeus doesn't answer, 369 might just be able to get a turret and further build the gold lead for JDG.
You can take a look at the MasterCard lane economy. It's the mid jungle for JDG versus the bot lane of T1 when it comes to relative leads. But T1 control mid prio, which means they control setup on the Drake, and it looks like JDG are going to respect that. Not looking to contest this one whatsoever. Do not have
You're
the
not
vision,
contesting
do not
the
have
dragon?
the members in position. It will be a trade of the top lane tier 1 for the second Drake of the game to T1. Infernal Rift coming through.
Yeah, the top lane bar going to go a little bit further in the favor of
This is the first time I've seen
369
this.
after that one. But it's not going to change too much how they want to play. Their team comp here, JDG actually have a trailing play in the works here with Kanavi coming down to look to pressure Faker off.
Kanavi is so damn strong to mount because it's just not soon enough. Flash out for Faker is clean though. Knight takes at least one tower.
¿Dónde está biblioteca?
Trying to make it out, and he will survive.
What the fuck?
JDG walking away empty-handed. No real wave to play around on that bot lane tower for now.
We'll be able to, I think, at least get some damage down on the turret. Do get Faker's flash, but he does get away with his life. We'll see if T1 is able to find a counter punch, or if that is just gonna be it. 369 continuing to shove as well. Should be able to get a lot of damage down towards this turret. And now Herald being started up by T1. This is looking to be their answer, but 369, he is getting more and more gold.
He gets top tower, he gets bottom tower. Clearly after last game, JDG putting more effort into getting resources into the back pocket of 369. Staying even in CS, but getting so many plates, getting so much gold overall. Finishing his mythic item as well. T1 uncontested again. They took Drake. They've now taken the second Herald. It's been a smooth game so far in terms of objective control.
And the big thing here for me is that it's Infernal,
Vaya,
right? It's Infernal, so we're
Faker, please
T1
don't
on
die.
Drakes,
You're gonna get
but they are
ganked.
falling further and further behind in gold. Faker doesn't have flash or his ultimate available.
It means there's a huge importance on getting your vision control leading up to the dragons, and whoever's going to be able to get there first. Because Gumayushi, with the Caitlyn traps here, trying to get to Dragon first and cut off one of those angles, line up the traps, make it so much more difficult for this hard engaged comp of JDG that's much shorter range to actually close that range and get there engaged. T1 definitely, a lot of the prep work will really benefit them around the Dragon setup, but JDG, they've got a lot of angles to be able to force with.
Arrow going between the goalposts there. Not going to quite find the angle. Carrier clearing out as much vision as he can with the Umbral Glaive. Umbral Glaive versus Umbral Glaive. Vision denial, very easy for both sides in this game, but T1 just keeping the sieging pressure in their favor.
369's on the way, long flank.
Very long flank. T1 now going to start backing up. Owner stepping forward, using the ultimate. Maybe hoping to just generate space for the rest of the team as Missing's going to pick up more and more souls, but the mid lane tower is still standing for JDG. Both sides seemingly gearing up for a fight. Kanavi getting lower and lower. Ace in the hole will connect. Missing, or Kanavi rather, going to need to back soon. Not really a lot to play for in the mid lane, to be fair. Both teams seemingly just grouping up, ready for the potential of a fight. Zeus in the side lane, clearing out here in T1, trying to push their vision line forward. And you highlighted it, Kobe. Both sides want vision control, but T1 get it so much more easily with the Ashe, with the Maokai saplings.
Exactly. That setup does so much. When every brush has a sapling in it, and then every piece of land that's not a brush has a Caitlyn trap on it, it becomes very annoying to navigate.
Something we haven't talked about as much yet, we are starting to kind of see here, is that Owner's Maokai historically just hasn't been that good. Sitting on like a 42% win rate over the year, and particularly at the start of the year where the Maokai Sejuani trade was basically every single jungle matchup. Owner Sejuani, great, able to play that very consistently, particularly when he can sync up with his top side. But his Maokai hasn't been super impressive, and I think that that is going to be a lot of the team fighting power for T1. As the arrow, again, doesn't find anyone as Owner.
Owner. Dodge the abilities there, uses the phase rush to make it out to safety. Vault Breaker doesn't connect. T1 holding on for now, but JDG just fighting, just poking their heads into the enemy jungle. We'll see the sapling in the brush there as Faker returns to the top side just to clear out and keep pressure in the favor of T1.
Yeah, as far as the Maokai does go, I actually do really like the full tank phase rush style Maokai, since they do have an Azir on their team already. Don't need the extra AP damage from a Demonic. He might have a hard time here working his way through all these JDG members in the brush, though.
Wait, what?
Wait.
I thought you were joking.
Any T1 member who gets close to this Dragon setup. Because JDG know that is a #1 goal for them, trying to keep T1 out of that setup.
Certainly is. The other big thing to keep your eye on is item spikes. One item and some change for just about everybody on the Rift. See if anyone can hit their second item before we get into this third Drake. Baron on the table in 30 seconds, but I can't imagine either side will rush it. Instead, the Infernal, the center of attention, nearly perfectly synced timers on the major objectives.
And it doesn't look like we're going to see any other major item finishes. Ruler backed, but just a pickaxe and a longsword. Guma also just shy of his second item. And right now, T1 are moving into the river. The vision control
this is still like
not too bad here for JDG. We'll see 369 also on a possible flank angle.
Ace in the hole used early just to chunk out Knight. And again, this is the struggle of the JDG lineup, is how do you gain control? No vision control, traps blocking one entrance, only one entrance left, meaning Owner has perfect setup for an ulti to kick this fight off. Arrow gonna connect first. Kanavi now locked up, brings it back into the rest of the team. Owner in the midst of everybody, and Zeus now on the way in. Kanavi still standing for now.
No. This is bad. This is bad. They're getting collapsed on.
Unstoppable is 369. They know that they've gotten what they came for. JDG now backing off. Do not want to overextend in the play.
This is huge. The entire front line from T1 has been deleted.
Dude.
JDG, what a successful turnaround in that fight.
It's Kanavi with the in-the-moment decision to turn around on Owner, and with the cooldowns down, no front line available, T1 isn't going to be able to get themselves to a soul point for this Infernal Soul, and JDG take control.
TP back in means first tower, or tower in the mid lane in favor of JDG, as well as the Infernal Drake. Faker going to be forced to run. And again, JDG, a massive threat. The later you get in the game, the more clean this team feels, and they're proving it again here on the back of the play from Kanavi.
I have to feel like that was a bit of a blunder from T1 frontline, just charging in instead of trying to play off of their extra range, their saplings, their traps, their poke. As soon as they get this Ashe Arrow in the tri-brush, they've got the pop, and they go for it. Owner all-ins. And then They flash him back deeper into the team, and then Vi ultimate keeps
walang
Owner here
ano? Walang
just long
stopwatch
enough. So
yung Owner?
even as he flashes, they're able to get the kill as Ruler is able to rend him down.
And particularly against the Orianna, you can't try and fight through that, right? Not even
where
369 joined the fight. At that point, I think it was already mostly over. But just the threat of that Orianna ultimate should be enough to dissuade T1. They try to bite off way more, knowing how important this dragon is, and end up paying for it dearly.
And you talk about the Sejuani for Owner being the superior choice from over the Maokai, and the big difference between these champions is oftentimes Maokai's engage tools are much better reactively than they are proactively. You saw it there. Yes, you hit so many people with the ultimate, but it's a very short root duration when you're that close, and your entire team completely zoned away by JDG's backline threats, unable to follow up on what initially might have looked like a pretty good engage.
And JDG's comp also is so strong when they can absorb an initial blow and then re-engage. Particularly with the Senna and the Orianna, it makes it really, really hard for T1 if they don't take down a target immediately.
Yeah, T1 definitely want to play it slower than they just played the last one.
Yeah.
Without rushing in so much. But because they did, and the extra gold that has gone over to JDG now, off of that mid-turret plate, and the Dragon here for JDG, they're in such a much better position here to actually pull off this hard engage and chase them down. They've got Kanavi plus Knight combination ready.
And it's time to see what form are JDG in. We know this is their bread and butter, these states of the game where it seems close, where they've got these 2-item spikes and there are big objectives to fight around. T1 showed us what they can do with an early game lead with a massive advantage in their favor. If T1 are ready to fight fire with fire, to take it to these late game team fights, to out-execute a seemingly un-out-executable late game team fighting team.
And really big here as well is that Zeus hasn't actually been able to find the backline yet. And as we can see, 369 can just get prio on every single wave because Zeus doesn't win the 1v1. Didn't even go for Eclipse, right? This is just full-on Duskblade together with Edge of Night. So his ability to chew through a, I don't know how much armor 369 is sitting on, but it's going to be way too much for this Aatrox to deal with. Makes it really hard for T1 to gain control of the side waves.
A's in the hole, not going to lead to much effect there. Command Protect. Was the body block from Kanavi, keeping Missing healthy. It's not an AP Maokai, as highlighted earlier, so the Sapling's annoying, certainly, but more about the slow and the vision control than any actual damage. As Deus using the Scryer's Bloom just to see if there's anything spotting him. Another aggressive engage here. Carrier locked up, though.
Carrier, wag kang mamatay, gaga!
1-1, the TP now coming in. That's 369 to the backside, looking to isolate the rest of the team. One kill already going down. Guma off the rips. Carrier running for his life. Kanavi continuing to step forward. Pullback coming in. JDG have brought T1 into the meat grinder. They are tearing through them effortlessly. But Faker now looking to fire back. Carrier bleeding on the back line. Cannot do much more. JDG have taken the exchange.
And Kanavi going down means that JDG, I still see the pings towards Baron. They might have tried because Owner is dead. Doesn't have Smite, and they do have the Rend available.
Exactly. Rend is going to be more damage.
Double TP, though. They might just want to force that out and back off.
TP coming.
Here comes Zeus.
Potential for a hero moment from Zeus from Carrier. Can they turn this one back? A lot of blinking health bars, a lot of cooldowns missing. Zeus, no flash. Objective getting lower and lower. The Rend should just be able to finish it. They will grab the Baron, but T1 sticking around in the meantime, hoping to take the fight. Missing getting lower and lower, but he just got too much range, too many souls, doing too much damage. Faker goes in, but he gets absolutely nothing.
And JDG are one of the best teams at using Baron buff to end games. Let's see what they can get done with it. They're going to have a redirect all the way back to the fountain. Missing, going to brush that one off. But immediately, we saw Orianna, Knight there, went up to the top side to push the wave. And Orianna, Knight right here, gets a shockwave onto Carrier, almost killing him, forcing the flash, forcing Faker to come over and peel. And this is where you get another counter engage from JDG. After T1 tried to chase.
And the big thing there is the moment that Guma is gone, there just isn't going to be enough damage. 369 able to isolate Owner, which even though we do see Kanavi go down, ends up being fine for JDG. They have the confidence to just trust this Kalista and the fact that they still have a front line.
And was so close there too. Zeus almost killed Knight, almost took down the Orianna, evening the kills up there. But he just barely was unable to. Knight was able to escape. Then they forced down the Baron. Missing there with the flash forward. Faker trying to take down Ruler, but then he's in the middle of all of JDG.
You can see the brief moment of joy in the replay there. JDG very much in control of this game. Going to grab their second Infernal Drake. See what they can get done with the Red Bull Baron power play. Already 2.5K in their favor. Expecting to break down some tier 2s here, but again, a lot of great defensive tools from the side of T1 to at least slow this push down.
All right, buying time for the split push here. Even though they're sacrificing turret pushes here to Baron, trying to get something back with those objective bounties popping off.
And if you're T1 at this stage, you're just going to do everything you can to hold on. 1 minute left on the Baron. You already took game 1 in style, just trying to hold on to some hope in this game 2 as JDG, again, this is their comfort zone. Pressing this lead forward, taking these fights, these confident re-engages. Facing the hole again. Good damage onto missing, but you can heal up a lot of that.
They just get 2? Nah, okay.
Particularly because it's Lethality Senna, right? So he's going to fire 2 Qs and going to be completely fine, and the damage hasn't actually been that meaningful. And from this point on, JDG, with the Red Bull Baron power play, should be able to, as we've seen already, 3K gold lead. Additionally, should be able to set up with the map control that they have now to get themselves to that Infernal Soul point.
Plus
and there will be no one on T1 that can stand up to the amount of damage that's going to be output by this JDG comp in the team fight. Particularly once Knight finishes his death cap.
That's what I was looking at.
That's lights out.
That's what I was looking at. Double needlessly large rods already for him. Going for a recall now. Might even have fine money. All right, they're going to continue to split push here. Sending 369 down to bottom side to catch Faker's attempt to get another objective bounty. You see Faker going for the bottom side turret objective bounty there, while the rest of JDG push top.
Should be pretty easy to tear through that tower at this stage of the game. So 369 there to pick up the CS. Won't be able to stop the tower take. JDG not afraid to walk up. 99 souls on missing, about to have 100 extra range here. Just going to continue to rain down auto attacks, rain down Qs, picking up so many souls. The tower drops there. Faker, though, taking the Scuttle Crab as well, just trying to guarantee a little bit of vision control over the area. 2.5 minutes on the Baron, 3 minutes on the Infernal Drake. Not soul for either side, but arenas for both teams to pick fights.
And now T1 is in a position where your only way of trying to get back in this game is Carrier hitting an arrow, but if you look at the targets, really hard to consistently hit many of the members. 369 doesn't care, can catch any arrow. Kanavi can easily get out of the way. Same for Ruler. Or you need to have Owner go in, but particularly with the build he's gone for and how far he's behind, he's not going to be able to take the brunt of that damage. So really, T1 just hoping that 369 overextend into a play, and there's a moment for our Faker or Gumayushi can take over a team fight.
Meanwhile, with all this money that JDG and Kanavi especially have gotten, is a Guardian Angel completed for the Vi. So he, as a jungler, can go straight headlong into the rest of the team, deliver that shockwave to the back line, and still be able to get up afterwards. Same can be said for Cassante. With the Gargoyle Stone Plate, 369 has been a very rich Cassante split pushing, getting these outer towers down for his team. And it's definitely going to be a problem for T1 as the JDG engage is massive.
And for T1, you've kind of tried to pull the trigger twice. Owner throwing the ulti over the wall, Owner going in on the time. Both times it's worked against you, and you're kind of out of attempts. If you fumble one more engage, if JDG get the better of you in one more fight, it feels like it's just game over here in game 2 of the series. So has to count against the nerves of T1, knowing that the next one needs to be flawless if you want to mount a comeback.
And that's I'd argue that they've already run out of lives, right? Like the health bars are blinking, and particularly with the amount of summoners that are available for JDG, it's really hard to imagine a scenario where someone like Ruler, for example, gets caught at the start of a fight because he has so much innate safety. Missing can be pulled back by Ruler as well, as Knight does now finish his death cap. Gotta imagine that Baron and Soul Point next on the table for JDG.
Would be good.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi, the Vi has a 3-level lead over the Maokai owner here.
Like 3 kill.
It is definitely going to be a massive difference as far as this front line is concerned. And guess what? Baron and Dragon very close to both spawning here, only 10 seconds away on the Baron. JDG have teleport ready for both their solo laners, so they can pressure the side lane while also then drawing over to the objective.
Farsight Trinket keeping information on the Baron. Faker using the passive there to just try to get mid control. Again, all about this priority. Carrier fishing with the arrow, it will not connect. Casual 226 heal from a Senna Q. That's fun. JDG, again, they have their choice. They have control right now, but T1 playing more up to the Baron, not worried about third Drake for JDG. Clearly much more worried about losing
gonna get the
control
last
on the
one.
Baron side.
No!
Kanavi going in, immediate start to the fight. Faker now locked up. The fight does so much damage. Kanavi's early game lead put to good use here. The GA now coming out. T1, can they fight back? Zaya's leaping and will get Kanavi in the end. 1-for-1 thus far. Zaya's going back under the Azir tower. The rest of T1 now need to barrel into the fight, but it's eyes on Knight. Can he get more damage down? 369 in the mix of everybody, and he's going all out into the back line. Only the support left standing.
They're gonna push straight down mid.
And with 280 carries, there is no way that the Nexus isn't going to fall, and JDG come back with a resounding victory here in game number 2.
Thinking about owners really passing about the team play, but game 2 has been about Kanavi and the dominance of JDG in fights. But that said, as good as the fight was, as favorable as the fight was, JDG do not think that they have time to close the game out and will set their sights on the objective
A little
instead.
ahead of myself.
Yeah.
They should still be fine.
We've seen them end a lot of games really quickly. Faker's up though. They're gonna respect it. Pull back and grab Baron buff instead. But JDG, such a massive lead after that T1 wipe here with the Baron buff. Baron empowered recalls will allow them to reset too. And you see T1 trying to make a rush towards this dragon. I wonder what Kanavi has to say about it. Knight here is up as well. And they're just going to use the Baron offensively. Pressure immediately, teleport back out. They already have mid inhibitor down. They're not going to let T1 any window to go for a dragon.
Yeah, really good map read here from JDG. They know T1, given that the Baron is being taken by JDG, is naturally going to try and contest that objective. Not going to be the case. 369, I don't think he really cares. And he, to me, is the pivotal part, right? He had such a rough Rumble game in game number 1. And this Cassante is what we expect to see coming into this series.
PM!
Firing back certainly in game 2, got more support, got more time alone to farm up, and you can see why he's considered the best team fighting top laner in the world. Has been such a menace on the backline in these exchanges. Kanavi, no GA available, but still damn tanky. Missing has to be careful though. As much damage as he does, he's still incredibly squishy. Navi threatening, JDG threatening, just trying to force these waves forward. Maybe get another inhibitor on the top side.
Okay.
Wave's not quite
calm
safe.
down.
Bot wave not there. 369 again.
Cassante!
Lives to
Fuck
body
you.
block Ace in the hole.
And it's so hard here to kill 369. Guma doesn't have a Lord Dump, so it's only Faker that maybe eventually can chew through.
Arrow onto Kanavi. JDG backing away. They don't want to overstay for the fight. But the shockwave, a looming threat from Knight. Level 17, Death Cap, Shadow Flame. He and Kanavi work together. It's a death sentence for T1, no doubt. JDG just backing off. They got what they came for, 2 inhibitors. Now, finally, they will turn their attention to this Drake. The map is theirs. They'll do things when they so please, and 369 doesn't take damage.
I'm pretty sure he was gaining health during that. But it is going to be the secure of all the neutral objectives. The 2 inhibitors down. JDG methodical here.
Reg, this is Reg.
This thing will take exactly 1 soul from the Drake. Finds it canonically incorrect that it drops 2.
Alright, return to the bottom side. Keep up the Baron, empowered pressure. Gumi usually trying his best here to put up these Caitlyn traps, put a stop to the onslaught. But JDG overwhelming.
Ruler off to the side, unafraid. Carrier, arrow back up.
Final inhib.
Again, ball breaker charge every time. Kanavi goes for the angle. T1 forced to back up just a little bit more. But it's just slow. It's methodical. It's controlled. JDG, Knight pushing in the bottom side. Double cannon minions. 1 will be cleared away. 23 seconds left on the Baron. Can they break open this bot lane tower? Traps are there. 369 solo zoning off as meanwhile Kanavi just walks in with the Baron empowered minions just to threaten the Nexus. JDG, their chokehold on T1, and they're starting to squeeze T1. Not a lot of options left, but the arrow going wide, potentially the last glimmer of hope. Now fading in this game too, Missing taking a big chunk of damage here. No wave, T1 still able to clear it. Finally bot wave now coming in. It feels like an inevitability, but it's not over till it's over. T1 ready for 1 potential final fight. Zaya's poking off to the side still. Has a bit more armor pen now. Can't start to hurt 369. Ulti coming out from Owner. Faker Looking for an angle here, just gonna get a bit more poke down, but again, JDG are too composed, they're too controlled, they will not take the bait, they will walk away, knowing that victory is inevitable as long as they do not make a mistake.
And this is about as secure as you can go, right? You want to ensure that you don't somehow give an opportunity to T1 to get a miraculous team fight, like a multi-man shuffle into Zeus, knocking people up, trying to blow up your backline. Because as you say, as long as you don't do that, as long as you play it out safe, you are going to get Infernal Soul in about 2 minutes. You'll be able to get the Baron as well. You can win this game without ever fighting, which I, as an LCK caster, really appreciate.
And what we've learned, if nothing else, is that the Golden Road has some pretty strict speed limits here in these late game scenarios.
I think with 3 inhibitors down, you can just go into their base, and as long as you respect the engage and the Ash Arrow, you should be able to just use the pressure to wear them down. T1 are going to get very desperate here. They have no territory to work with. With double super minions coming down every single lane, is a multiplicative effect. They buff each other up. You just have to wait in there and not give an engage opportunity. Have to be a little bit careful about that one.
The good news is,
but Zeus is behind. They're going for it. T1.
Looking for the angle, missing, could be in trouble here. Zeus on the backside looking to lock up.
Owner,
no ball. Infernal Change not going to be very effective. Knight going golden. Has a bit more space. Kanavi now on the way in. In goes Kanavi. And that should just be it. T1 holding on for dear life. Faker uncontested on the backside. Gumichi going golden, but he is going to go down. The flash out will not be enough. GA up just in time to keep Kanavi standing. It's a clean ace in the base of T1 as JDG will move on and close out game 2.
It's a textbook game from JDG. And to me, it's the top side that made the difference. 369 with a much better game, but Kanavi in particular, the hero of the early game. Him and Knight securing these mid-game team fights, and once JDG has a hold, they don't let go.
Beautiful re-engages there from JDG. When T1 try and make that pick and try rush, they turn it around on them. They get the dragon, they get the extra money back in. They punish these T1 moves.
And 2 strong wins from both sides. Different wins, most certainly, but we're going to have to see what it looks like as we get closer and closer to game 3. For now, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, the analyst desk. Souls, Owner getting lower and lower. 369 for Zeus up to the side, but Owner getting burned down. Owner level 2, he flashes in. They get first blood, it's traded back. Knight running for his life now. 2 kills to the side of T1. Blinking.
Kanavi!
Kanavi looking for one.
That's
Bam!
one.
Knocked down. We've seen the scene in Arcane. You know exactly how this goes. Missing getting lower and lower, but he just got too much range. Too many souls doing too much damage. Faker goes in, but he gets absolutely nothing. Can he get more damage down? 369 in the midst of everybody. And he's going all out into the back line. Only the support left standing. Look at it.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
I'm surprised na hindi na ginagamit si Zero. Wait, nga pala, nerfed.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yan, super sarcastic.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
How do we keep falling? Lights flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world. Keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crowd when I'm with you. Time is passing, knows no manners. I'm finding comfort and hope.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 하트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 반지 story 올려 대게선 건강 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려해 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나간 예상어리 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써요 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 뱅카이스 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리는 뻗쳐가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide 인터넷 international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
Ooh. Wait, kakiko na. Hmm. Welcome back. Ta-da. Oh, it's a fucking cloth. Okay, never mind. Welcome back. Itsuka kimi na. Shit, may tato palang akali. Puta na yan, nakalimutan ko. Brother. I'm just gonna fucking speed paint this. I don't wanna... Nagsisimula na ba? Tapos na yung ano?
I mean, Renata Callista has been pretty dang good at this tournament, and having the ability to have such a wide-ranging counter-initiation tool here, not only the Renata, but also the Azir. There's so much flexibility on the T1 side. Definitely does seem like they got a good setup. But the Taliyah here, we'll see how much work Knight can do. That rock field can be super annoying with so many champions having dashes here. See if JDG can try and snowball.
And what I want to highlight as well is that we have already seen the blueprint for what a win of both of these two teams like. I think T1 are always going to look for early leads, whereas JDG are looking for the mid-game fight.
And you can look to connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive Braum W emote. You might have some time here because T1 seem uninterested in contesting this 5-man level 1. Instead, they will play some counter vision on the top side of the map.
I mean, I always love this, going for the level 1 invades, the priority here. First 2 games, T1 super lopsided for the level 1s. Really, really big openings for them, even though they ended up losing game number 2. But this one, JDG take matters into their own hands.
Oh, they do have vision.
Kill it, okay.
Yeah. And of course, it's really tough to fight level 1, especially against Hail of Blades Varish, Hail of Blades Ashe. Incredibly powerful level 1 overall. Yes, Callisto is strong, but the raw burst damage is big. Of course, Owner has been spotted out. Faker now on the way in. Call has been made. Potential 5v5 in the brush. Owner being chunked down here. The top laners will lane, but everyone else here.
I don't think you can do this really as T1 unless there's massive damage sustained from the red buff, because Taliyah is so good level 1 also. I don't know. They're just kind of watching here.
T1 here to spectate how JDG take a red buff. They do it well, T1 learn, and are forced to walk away. A bit of a disastrous level 1, all things considered, because now Owner, is he even going to be able to grab level 2 here? No.
Nice. Kanavi takes away a bunch of the small ones here. But yeah, I mean, not only the Ashe Varus, but also the Taliyah over Azir in the level 1. Big priority there. And it means that JDG accomplished their goal. They can split the map for this bottom lane that has been crucial.
And we are straight up back to spring. We're just healing level 1 to try and gain control of the wave. And it is Ruler and Missing that are able to get the early lead.
And it's very concerning if you're a T1 fan right now, because there is no cleanse in this bottom lane. Yes, you have the bailout, but when level 6 rolls around with the Ashe, with the Varus, the setup is so easy on the bottom side. Gumayushi has to be very careful.
Level 2 Wukong tower dive. I don't know about the sound of that, but they've got a big wave. T1 are still level 1. Can Guma and Keria try and snipe some minions to get level 2?
Trying as quickly as they can to lock down some of these to level 2 now going in. Kanavi, good damage down on Guma.
Keria!
To hold on to the bottom side. At the same time, though, Guma, the one that you want the kills, you want the minions on, it's sitting on 1 CS.
JDG trip over their own
You're
feet.
late.
Bottom lane. They try and dive it. The level 2 advantages, but
Nag-open ka ng bagong ano,
talitan
ng bagong...
Damn.
Talita?
That is the corporate takeover right there, man. This man not allowing anybody to get through. Out of all the 4 champions in the bottom lane, if you told me we're not
YouTube ka ba? Twitch! Mas mabilis dun.
For me to believe you. But that said,
and he's gonna get he got all the minions at the tower afterwards too. So there's gonna be a bunch of extra experience. We're actually gonna see a support higher level than AD carry this game because of the kills, because of the big minion wave that was stacked up there. That's another thing when you're going for these early tower dives. A big part of why you do it is trying to deny those large minion waves, and Kanavi's back again. All right.
Yeah, because this wave state is so doomed for T1. They need to try and fix it, but they don't know where Kanavi is. And I love this because there's nothing for him to gain on top of the map. You know Owner is going to invade that side, but unless Owner makes his way down,
no flash.
They gotta.
Carrying no flash, and this Giant's belt is good, but he's slowly getting chipped away. Kanavi in the area, just shadowing in case the gank does come through. Happy with this lane state for JDG.
And I think the thing here is, I don't know, they don't know where Owner is. And if you do get caught up in a 3v3, can go either way. And bailout in those situations can be really big.
Now, though, after they've been able to push it out, they should be fine here. Retreat back to your Krug skill. The red side jungle camps have respawned. And here's another look at how they started it out onto Gumayushi. And they do get him, but Keria had immediately gone over for Ruler there. Missing flashes after the second, or the extra tower. Otto was already in the air, so he dies even after flashing, and Carrier is able to take down the kill on Varus as well, regardless of cleanse.
Yep. The handshake was a bit too firm there for JDG. we're not a fan of that one.
He's got a firm grip.
Man's got some strong forearms. Put him in there.
Man, look at the CS though. 43 for Ruler to the 16 now of Guma trying to scrape together those minion waves. Carrier, of course, got a bunch of the experience from all those minions that was there, but denying them to the Callista, to that snowballing AD Carrier. Definitely huge.
It's also Kanavi who picks up the kill, and particularly on his Wukong, this man has been able to carry so many team fights, and him getting an early lead is going to be really big. So even though Carrier was able to pick up the kills, I think you're still very happy with that play as JDG. Just means that Carrier should be getting to what I assume will be a Radiant Virtue very early on. We'll see if he's able to utilize that in some of these mid-game fights that surely are going to erupt around the possible dragons, although this first one with the tempo as it is, wouldn't be surprised if Owner is able to pick this on. They have mid lane prio, bot lane prio as well.
Kanavi on the top side as well, so not much of an angle to contest on this one. JDG will know what's happening, but they're not going to burn any resources. Instead, content to give up the Chemtech. See what the soul is going to be this time around. We're going to need to wait for one more dragon at least, however. And right now, in terms of gold, JDG are sitting pretty. T1, obviously, the big boon they got on the bottom side. Lackluster in the grand scheme of things, even if it did look good to see Carrier get the double.
Gotta say, though, last time, Kanavi getting some early kills worked out pretty well for JDG. And he is on his signature Wukong. Him and Levi are the two junglers worldwide that did not give up on this champion, even after the jungle nerfs to Wukong came in. And at World so far, 7-1, the record for Wukong.
Yeah. And I mean, especially if you're going to get to that Divine Sunderer spike sooner, we talked about what Vi can do with it. Wukong can do like 10 times more, and that is very concerning for the side of T1. They need to be clean in their execution and careful around the potential level 6 plays from this JDG lineup. The Wukong, the Talia, their ability to move around and set up these walls could be incredibly disruptive for anything T1 try to do.
There's also, which we haven't really discussed yet, and I don't think it's as strong as it once was, but Renekton Talia is such a lethal combination when you get to the mid-game fights. And we do see that 369 in isolation has been doing a really good job of using the early power of the Renekton to keep Zeus on the back foot. And T1 haven't really shown yet that they're able to win a game where they don't get the early lead after the team fighting from JDG in game number 1. And right now, it doesn't look like T1 have found any early angles in this game outside of the dragon specifically.
Have to see what it looks like as we get closer and closer to fights. Herald spawning in 5 seconds here. For now, topside pressure in favor of JDG. See if they try to level it as Kanavi is currently clearing out the wolves. 369 going all in with the dominance here. It looks like just trying to get some pressure. Threat of the all-in not quite there yet. Forcing out the World Ender from Zeus, and the flash coming out from 369, respecting the potential follow-up there on the Darkened Blade.
Yeah, really good movement there from Zeus, using his ultimate with the burst of speed and the extra space there. Goes back in, forces the flash solo. I mean, Zeus has really had some good advantages so far. Let's see, though. JDG will take the opportunity here to slip on in as we call up Carrier, the real powerhouse of the bottom lane.
A level 6 Carrier, courtesy of the early play, has the XP advantage, missing, trailing behind, but isn't going to do a lot. Ruler, however, looking for the all-in in the 1v1. Kumiuchi, nice flash to get away from the piercing arrow and the 3 stacks. In the meantime, fight on the top side, 369 and Knight comboing together, catching out Faker. Kanavi getting one, and spin! Goes just in time to keep the fight going, but Zeus is not down yet. Zeus looking to fire back. JDG could be in trouble, missing, not firing forward. He's got level 6.
Knight is dead.
And the Herald does drop in the end. Knight still standing. The flick back is clean. Zeus living, missing. He gets the kill. He gets the red buff Carrier now running for his life. Flash over Knight to safety. Still standing, ticking down, backing. Hostile takeover will not connect. Handshake will not connect. It's an absolute mess of a fight on the top side.
But in the end, it is T1 that pick up the Herald. They'll get that, but outside of that, as you're saying, so many summoners being blown. Kanavi, 369, Knight missing, and Zeus as well, Faker as well. All these cooldowns will be down for the upcoming fight.
Oh my god, it was so messy. And Carrier was holding his spells for so long just for the ultimate and the handshake at the very end not to even connect there. He did pick up the kill for T1, and he picked up the Eyeball Herald, though, and he's got a bounty on his head now. 300 gold on the back of that support player.
This is lore-accurate Granada that we're seeing here for Carrier, bringing in all the gold for himself. But if we look at this fight, it starts off with Faker already getting blown up by that Talia and Renekton combo.
And then you see the focus here onto 369 from T1 side. They do get him. As they're trying to chase him off here, Keria still holding his ultimate. They feel like they've got Kanavi dead to rights. They pop the Herald here. Owner's able to grab that one before he goes down. And then Keria can actually go pick up the eyeball even with the red buff missing in his face. Ooh, Knight actually barely surviving and his flash gone as well.
And it's actually the smite on the Herald that gives Owner the level up, which allows him to then Magnet Storm and stay alive for a little bit longer. Otherwise, that could have gone way worse. But it is still JDG that pick up the lead right now. Sayers doesn't have flash available, and Kanavi going to be looking for a dive here. No reinforcement for T1.
Ulti up and available for the Wukong. Waiting, buying his time. Extra healing coming in, but Zeus is going to get a chance to use it, holding on for now, but immediately 369 finding the kill. JDG, a successful dive on top.
All right, what is going to be the answer on the bottom side of the map? They send Rel down there, but look, JDG have already pulled their bottom lane all the way back from the tower. They had the controller in there in the jungle to see them come for the invade as well. As Dragon is spawning, JDG are getting turret plates on top side.
There's also Knight who already rotated over, knowing that a dive could be in the works. But with Talia shadowing towards that side, can't actually do it. So T1 will get a Drake, but they're paying so heavily for it.
And JDG do have an Ash Arrow angle plus a Varus ultimate, but looks like they don't want to do it without Kanavi having his ultimate available for the Wukong. So they'll give up the objective in exchange for the huge bounty of gold on top side. So many turret plates taken off of that dive.
And the thing we have to keep our eye on now is where is this Herald going to go? In the back pocket of Keria, not ideal. He's not going to be able to move between every lane in the same way that Owner would, but might shift his attention to the top side of the map as he starts to wander up there now. Owner coming in tow right behind him. Might try to break the top lane matchup open. And Zeus, some incredibly dominant performances on this Aatrox in the quarterfinals, continuing to go for the lethality route. His bread and butter, see what he can get done.
It's also, again, Kanavi having such a big impact and utilizing these early kills extremely well. This is a level 10 Renekton. Doesn't have Dominus, but does have Gore Drinker available. And Kanavi's on his way.
I really feel like Wukong has been the most underrated pick at Worlds so far. T1 are going to go for the dive. Kanavi's going to try and answer.
TP now coming in, 369 staying alive for now. No dominance, the Gore Drinker healing now coming in, but Zeus goes in just in time. Hostile takeover will not connect to the real Kanavi. They're still focusing on Zeus. Bailout will not be enough, and they'll say kill Kanavi, not quite! Shattering Strike. Bit more damage going through, but at the end of the day, it's fizzled. They get the kill on the top side, 1-for-1, top laner for top laner, but it's missing, and Ruler looking to extend their lead on the bottom side. Herald now dropped, trying to give gold to Faker.
And they do spot Kanavi there. Faker should be able to, at the very least, benefit from some of the gold that is going to come through here. But it's still JDG who are able to get this bot side lead and make it even bigger. Look at the gold lead here. We're looking at almost 1K advantage for Ruler.
Well executed defense on the top side for JDG. A character down, and they still get the 1-for-1 trade, plus allow for the extra money here.
And remember that coming into today, JDG were the only team in the top 4 with an average gold deficit at 15 minutes in the game. They were not a powerhouse landing team, but today the story's starting to change. And we can see T1 going for the play here is missing, throws out the arrow, and we can see how this unfolds.
And it is actually the arrow that ends up being big because Zeus otherwise can just get out there, might be able to survive, and then T1 can take a big win, then use their threat and try and play for a Herald play afterwards, but instead, they're not able to take down Kanavi. They don't get the bailout resets, and it's JDG that gets out ahead.
A really good Kanavi clone there.
Kanavi now going in, the arrow just around the corner. The bar assault's going to be there as well. Keep your eyes on Ruler. Where is he going to throw it?
Owner is dead.
Trying to bait the play out. Guma keeping his support alive. Does not want to give over the 3-0 shutdown to the side of JDG, but JDG keeping the pressure up, keeping their eyes on the tower. Will focus down that objective.
Yep, the damage is enough for them to take down the tower. Kanavi invested his ult, he invested his flash to escape, not give over the extra kill. Their counter jungling is also successful. They are on a roll here. JDG taking over.
And after how game number 2 went, it's hard to imagine how T1 can stand up to this team fighting power. The early game has been exceptional, but particularly with a composition where you have the Callista, that is, as we see here in the lane economy snapshot, 900 gold behind, it becomes so hard to play out these mid to late game fights, and the only gold is on Carrier, which, you know, he's going to feel great about, but T1 as a whole not so much. And we start to feel, again, this game kind of slipping away as we get to the fight at Herald.
And crucial that T1 have been able to grab the first 2 Drakes. They have not gotten nothing in the early game. Getting a third, moving up to Soul Point on a Cloud Soul, feel pretty good. But I don't think JDG are going to give them an angle. They're so far ahead now, they don't have to concede much. Of course, not in a great position. Yeah, I was going to say, not in a great position to contest this Herald. And that's why I didn't say concede nothing. I said concede much, because they will have to give that one up. See if the same is true of the Drake, Mr. Laffy.
Yeah, who's laughing at when JDG come to town? Honestly, I want to see about the monkey on the top side here, because Kanavi's going for a lane gank. Was he just covering a possible play here, because they did get Rift Herald alert, so they know, and it's kind of just allowing for the possible play here to counter.
As Ruler snipes that, I think, snipes the scuttle away from Owner, not able to pick that one up. That actually is going to be really big, because in 40 seconds, T1 have a basically must-win fight where they set themselves up for Soul Point. It allows you to play towards the top half of the map with much more freedom, allows you to give up maybe a dragon so that Zeus can get an inner and get back in a position where he can actually threaten the backline of JDG. We'll see if T1 is able to get the fighter, because if you look at the cooldowns that are available on JDG, it becomes really, really hard to consistently lock someone down, even with the power that Rel has.
I want to see, since T1 have been able to get early access into the river here, Renata can shine. If you get an ultimate, you can cover either one of these entrances into the river, and JDG right now are funneling on through. They're going to be forced into one of these kind of confined areas.
Ruler zoned away from this choke point here, has a bit of vision just to spot out the T1 lineup. T1 now trying to take control of the mid lane. JDG have pushed in through the bottom lane. Zeus clearing that wave out, but the poke from Ruler are going to start to hurt if they take too long. Need to pick their moment aggressively. JDG now, again, moving in, fighting slowly, diligently. Eyes on Carrier, eyes on the hostile takeover to maybe be the difference maker in this fight. Zeus on the flank, Faker over the wall. Objective getting lower and lower. The Weaver's wall coming out, isolating Owner. Might go for the 50-50, but it's absolutely Psycho flashes over the arrow. Faker goes in! It's incredibly clean. JDG with the counterpunch. Can they get anything back? Ruler untouched on the backside. Dragon still but Owner will take that away too. My God, what an engage from T1!
Owner, you magnificent beast! What in the world? He makes the engage happen, and he secures the dragon. T1. Whoa!
Let's go!
Story about Owner too.
Look here!
His name is actually Wonder, because he has so much pride in being on T1. Owner, Zeus, and Gumayushi. They came up, all of them, through the T1 system. Rookies and Academy, all the way to the main roster. And look at this, all the way to the world stage, over the Ash.
Do not freaking ult.
Faker. Initiation and a wipe.
Dude, Owner survived for so long.
The value of the Renata come through yet again. There is no counterpunch for JDG. Not able to actually re-engage there. Can't assist Kanavi as he tries to get on the back line. And now,
welcome pala.
Almost equalized here.
You can see Busan come alive. No surprise to say that T1 are the local favorites here. The gold within touching distance. Now T1 have set themselves up on Soul Point, a crucial fight. Just getting the dragon would have been good enough, but they take the whole thing. They even up the gold, and suddenly got quite the game on our hands.
This series is so fun. These team fights are so good from both sides. Last game, JDG pulling out some miraculous moves, some clean movement from Ruler. This one though, man, that engage over the top. Faker and Owner from different angles.
And I think big for Owner. After kind of a lackluster game 2 in a game where Kanavi is pulling further and further ahead. Individually though, he's still quite weak. 369 slices, he'll get no dice. They'll be forced to walk out of this one. Good patience from Owner.
It's the sound of the police.
The juke, the sense, they know the danger is there. He jukes him
back.
Lock up there. Carry taking a big chunk of damage. Red buff taken away this time by Owner. See who else on T1 wants to go for this one. T1 regaining their composure after a pretty difficult early game. Knight will take a tower on the top side of the map. JDG holding on to a gold lead, but T1 feeling a lot more confident coming into the next Dragon fight, 2.5 minutes away. Baron spawning in 4 seconds. Both sides take it pretty quick, although the lethality Varus actually puts a pretty big damper on any hopes JDG has for bursting it down.
And, oh, Zeus?
Going in on Ruler. Ruler caught shopping! Oh no! And against the dust blade, it's too damn clean. Kanavi trying to get something back, but it might be too little, too late. The
Dude, how are you still alive? Die! Fuck you!
He's just hitting each other. Knight now running. T1 taking the exchange. They can turn right towards Baron.
Kanavi has no health. That's the Ruler spot. That man has been caught there so many times. And now T1 trying to start up the Baron. We'll see if they can take it. Kanavi, he's healing up, trying his best.
You try to clone over the wall. The Weaver's wall through the midst of everything.
Yeah, vision.
T1 focused on the objective. They have the Ren Smite combo. There is no reason they should give this up, but Kanavi might just be able to take it. They're now trying to burst it down. The push over the wall.
They got it. You got it. KS dead. No, never mind. Everybody's dead. Kill him. Kill him.
T1 have turned the game on its head.
Pangit kasi ang YouTube. Twitch ka na.
Look for the slice. Trying to double dash through one. Not able to get the second. The Q3, the Darkened Blade cutting down. But now Ruler, maybe he can get more in the fight. Ruler now running down Zeus. Owner now running. Ruler trying to make up for the previous mistake. JD.
No! Ha!
Overstaying. Overcommitment.
Oh, shit.
Baker hit by the arrow. The fight doesn't stop. T1 hold on to the Baron. But JDG fire back.
Sayang yung Baron.
And it is 369. The Crocodile stays alive throughout so much there. It's a negative Red Bull Baron power play. And more importantly, it might inhibit T1 to actually set up for the Soul, whereas normally that should happen 100% of the time. Look at Knight, the amount of damage he does, the double knockback, and then T1, they win the subsequent fight, but they go too far.
Yeah, look at Guma and Karya's health so low here, trailing on the backside, while the rest of the T1 members trying to play off pressure, trying to chase down the Crocodile. Knight and Missing come in, Karya gets deleted from the outside, and then Ruler here, peeling for 369, keeping him safe. 369, baiting him in, Q healing on the outside, then the stun onto Faker almost was enough to chain into the seismic shove, but not quite enough. They just get his flash.
And there was a big miscommunication because Faker was backing while the rest of the team was like, oh, it's fine. We got 369. And they most certainly did not. But T1 still have the Baron buff available and should be able to set up for the Soul Point.
Flash available on Knight. Potential for playmaking is big. Kanavi caught out. Zeus trying to run him down. T1 taking control of the area. Eyes on the Soul. Their #1 prize, but both carries are flashless on the side of T1. They have to play flawlessly. If they miss position even once, it could cost them. Missing's ult up and available. The Ashe can find an angle, it can all fall apart. Zeus caught out a bit here, forced to retreat. Dragon, objective, getting lower. Weaver's Wall bringing Knight into the fight. The entire team split. Arrow going wide. That's massive. 369 going to the pit, trying to isolate, take out the jungler. T1 now need to turn. It's the hostile takeover connecting. Who can get the objective? And the steal coming through in time for Kanavi, but the fight is not done. Missing on the backside. Vulnerable on his lonesome, but JDG pulling back slowly. Surely they have no jungler, but they have the objective. T1 desperate to get more. They know they need to get something here. Pushing in. 369 over the wall. Knight continuing to poke. It's diligent. It is controlled. 369 now going in, forcing out the ultimate. Missing has been caught. He will go down. But he will be killed. It is only a matter of time. Zeus finishing up the fight. At the end of the day, JDG gets the Drake, even if T1 get the consolation prize.
Successful heist for JDG because not only do they deny the Soul, and are they able to get themselves towards more dragons, but additionally, and the most important part, the Baron buff is now gone. T1 actually weren't able, because of the topside play, and then this fight, to utilize their buff to get more objectives.
All right, keep your eyes on Kanavi. He sacrifices his life to go in here and steal the dragon and deny the Soul. They're trying to focus on Owner. 369 goes for him. They stun him. They seismic shove him. They keep him out. He smites early, down to the 300-something HP there, and then Kanavi's able to get it, but Kanavi just pops in the middle of T1. The sacrifice. And then they kind of get kited here and chased down, and you know, in the end, T1, they all turn their sights towards Missing on the back. Kind of respect it from JDG though. They're trying to kite them out and poke them down even with 4 members here, but the Callista ultimate means they're going to get the full engage onto that Ashe. Missing has no mobility.
And what is really big is that Missing actually ends up flashing there, because at that point, I think JDG had already won the play. Missing trying to get more, ends up backfiring because Ashe in particular, when Faker has his flash available, is a sitting duck for an Azir shuffle.
Absolutely is. Missing maybe now caught out again, just as you call it, Chronicler. But Kanavi in the meantime just trying to isolate
Oh no,
Zeus.
Zeus is
He needs
dead.
to be careful though, because the rest of T1 is now coming in. Missing running for the hills, but he surely will go down. Faker grabbing the kill. 369.
Wait, hindi ko na punch si Faker. Never mind.
Locked up. Cloud Rift. Taking him out to safety. T1 finding the kill onto Missing, but not a lot else. Priority in their favor. They're going to get mid first. They're going to get push. 1 minute and 30 to the Baron.
And the main goal here is going to be to try and get control of the Baron, force JDG to face check, and JDG not having control, a lot of their poke from the Taliyah, from the Lethality Varus, isn't going to be nearly as easy to hit. And it takes away a large part of power for this JDG composition.
And we know how many times these games come down to item spikes and they come down to summoner spells. Kanavi not having his flash in that next fight could be massive. Missing his heal, probably not as big of a deal, but that Wukong not being able to immediately find backline access could cost them dearly, especially as each and every member of T1 has their flash up and available.
So much tension here in this game to see if they can break it open. JDG dispersed into the 1-3-1 here. Ruler in your ruler position, trying to hold that wave. Should be calm as T1 get a little bit deeper vision.
And it feels like such an important breakpoint, because this is the first game that hasn't been very much in favor of one of the teams. Winning this gets you 1 game away from making it to the World's Finals. This is the most close game we've had so far. T1 do have Dragon advantage, but JDG have an incredible team fight come themselves as well.
And if you look at some of the star players here, Ruler got a lot of the early money. This Varus is on 3 items with transformed Muramana. This Varus poke is unreal right now. 3 item power spike with the Lucidity boots as well. So much cooldown reduction, so much poke damage available here. He's the one who tries to take over mid lane Prush. They're even going to use Knight's ultimate to try and get some extra damage on tower here. It looks like they don't want to step up to it.
Have to be careful. Maybe not expecting 4 members of T1 to be there. Zeus walking up to the mid lane as well. The poke from Ruler can be devastating. T1 can't spend too long trading blows in the mid lane against this Varus, or too long setting up and taking objectives. Topside control, topside vision control in favor of T1. A bit of vision in the pit means JDG don't have to be too scared, but they might be fishing for the angle. Arrow going onto the jungler. Flick back is there, looking to burst Owner, looking to taste him out of the equation. The pullback is there for Guma. He will keep carry alive. Fate's call. But it's the fate of T1 to lose this Baron. Zeus playing on the edge here. Step forward. Darkened Blade, Q2 coming out. Just a bit of poke though. JDG looking to take control of the area, but they don't quite have all the vision that they need to walk in.
Oh, Zeus is on the watch. They can take him down.
Zeus spotted 369 early ultimate to get the Fury up. Knight going over the wall. The flick back flashed away, but Zeus is certainly dead. The rest of T1 now trying to move into the jungle to compensate, but Missing, zoning them off as best he can. Zeus, the blast cone, not enough. Back into the midst of the team, and he will get taken down. Ruler now on a rampage.
And that may be the angle that they're looking for.
Dragon though, are they going to try and trade Baron for Dragon Soul? They've got Callista. They're going to try and rend it. Gumayushi is going to try and rend this Dragon. They're going to try and get Cloud Soul in exchange for the Baron buff.
And the immediate win going to be there for JDG. We know how deadly this team is when they get their hands on a Baron. T1 starts off with Missing, finding the arrow onto Owner. Ends up going down. And it snowballs from there. The vision control pivotal there, because if Zeus goes unmatched and JDG start that up, it might have been another play entirely. The JDG able to pull out, at least on the short term.
JDG have had some of the most devastating Baron power plays of any team at the tournament. Let's see what they can get done with it, because they did pay a decent price here in the form of a permanent Dragon Soul to the side of T1.
Have to be careful, have to respect that soul. But for the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, it is JDG who are favored. Not quite enough members in the mid lane to bully this tower down, but the empowered cannon minions will be more than enough. And again, eyes on Ruler! Guma forced to flash. Clean arrows from Missing this game.
Oh no, Owner's dead.
Here. Flick back, not quite going to connect. Owner able to walk this one out. A tier 2 tower in the sights of JDG. They should be able to get this easily. A similar story for 369 on the bottom side. T1 just need to weather the storm.
And the heal is good in lane, but once you get out, It is very tough not to have the cleanse.
Davis on the flank.
Davis on the side. TP coming in. Faker looking to make the play. He gets Ruler. Oh,
Yes!
That goes in. And again, the combos are clean. The hostile takeover.
Yes, 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 yes! Pakol! 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 Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pow!
Ruler's flash. He gets there first. He catches him with the ultimate. It is a clean ace. The T1 gonna go up to match point. And it's Faker that sets it up. Owner that knocks it down.
Just when you think the JDG are in total control, it wasn't even about the Cloud Soul. It was a single moment from T1 that gave them this game, that set them up for a match point. Missing. He won't be enough. T1 gonna break the base. T1 gonna move on to match point. A clean fight out of nowhere. Secures that.
Baker buff! Baker buff! Baker buff!
One more game, one more game.
These players on T1, they've accomplished so much. And yet, of course, everyone knows their main goal, an international championship, has been the one thing that has eluded them. They've talked about in interviews.
That was
this
fast.
might
That
be
was-
the
that
last
was- the
year
game
that they
was
stayed
fast.
together.
What the fuck?
With so many of them being career T1 players, to be one step away from reaching another finals is huge.
An incredible game from T1, and what a confidence-inspiring moment to turn it back just when it might have been lost. And T1 now moving on to match point after the break. But first, let's have a look at some of the behind-the-scenes footage of our daily teases, thanks to the Oppo Cam.
Whew, that was. Yeah. Yo, LTG. You there? You play LOL? But did you play LOL, or you seem like knowledgeable? Hmm. What the fuck is Wild Rift? Di ba Wild Rift ay LOL din? Hmm. Masyado na ano na cut off card. Saan? Ano? Parang event. Ang dami dyan. Koreans. Korea yan eh. Posibleng walang tao sa... Of course, T1. Walang ano yan, walang silbing predictions din. Mag-ano yan. Walang bibigay sa'yo. Yeah. Philippine ano law, bawal ang ano. Yeah. Unless ano kung parang authorized na place. Hindi, kumbaga kahit anong monetary value bawal. So basically channel points. Ba't binan si Oriana? Don't know. Binan ba? Ah, never mind. Sino nakakuha? Mag-a-azir yung faker na yun. Sino? Sino? Oh, Jinx. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Azir, okay. Oriana tsaka Azir lang yung laging nilalaro ni Faker. What the fuck? Yun eh. What? Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Yung ginawa ng ano ng GNG sa kanila. Sure. Wait, nag-Zeri? What? What? Why? Why would they put Zeri? Ain't Zeri, didn't Zeri get nerfed to the ground? What the fuck? Na-nerf nga. Na-nerf na. nga pala, wala akong pasok ngayon na. Always T1 yan. T1 fighting. Nagsimula na? What the fuck?
As he's able to push up. Meanwhile, though, bottom lane, supported by the junglers clearing down towards them. The Lulu Zeri early on, getting control of the minion wave. And being able to use that for their safety.
Yep. Might have a fight towards the early scuttle as well. We do see T1 already placed some vision down there. Faker, at least right now, will have priority, but will use that to go for a base instead. I don't know if Knight will actually let him, and we do see Missing and Ruler already trying to make their way over and ensure that Kanavi can get this early crab, and doesn't look like T1, at least for now, are winning. But Faker did get it back in, made his way back to the mid wave, but will be behind on the play.
Carrier maybe just going to throw down a bit of poke. Cosmic Binding to hit Missing. Kanavi will grab the crab. Belveth, incredibly strong early on in the game.
Yeah, pushing bottom lane allows JDG to come first.
Wait,
as well.
Zeus got Yone?
He's going for the double here. We'll see about the meetup, because Owner also trying to get in position first. Can he get to the Pixel Brush and have control of vision? He gets the ward down in it.
Yone.
And he's got Smite as well, so he's got it.
Yeah, priority there for Zeus as well, who's first on the roam if they do try to force the objective. So instead, Scuttle Crab traded 1 for 1. Owner now turning his attention over to his Raptors. Zeus is just keeping this pressure up on the top side of the map.
And I want you to pay attention to the amount of vision that has been set up here, allowing Zeus to really play so aggressively with this Yone and try and generate leads, which with the Graves was exactly the same way that we've seen the Aatrox be dealt with before. As long as you are aware, and they have been doing a good job of tracking Kanavi, Zeus should be able to push to his heart's content.
Continuing to poke in the mid lane, but you're right. Control and support for Zeus in so many of these clutch scenarios, regardless of what champion he is playing, has been a hero and a standout for T1 this tournament. As Carrier, for now, just denying Missing's back, has just enough mana for the Whimsy to take him out to safety.
And JDG and 369 have to be very careful this game, because if Zeus gets a lead this game, the Yone has a very easy time of getting set up by a Bard ultimate.
Missing, denied again.
Oh!
There's no kill angle here.
If Carrier can land a Bard ultimate later, set him up for an easy Yone over the top, they can group
Carrier might be the one in trouble. Journey comes out. Ruler going through.
Playing with him.
He can go over the wall.
Yeah, big thing here is that the wave state obviously is kind of rough. We'll see if Ruler is able to actually shove it in, but with the wave just now coming in, I don't think he will be able to without missing. Might have to give up some CS here. One thing that is really big though, and I've seen a lot of Zeri games come out, as I think Zeus actually went for the
he did. He went for the Fate
yeah.
Seal. He completely whiffed. Looked like a nice side step from 369. No flash burn means pretty favorable trade.
But no one on T1 is 100% secure in locking down this area, right? There's no Nautilus, there's no Vi, and that is something that Ruler in the past, particularly with the shielding that he's going to get from Knight, from Missing, has been able to utilize insanely well. It was, of course, a different era of Zeri. Don't quite have as much agency as you did back then, as Keria going for a play, but will get spotted on the ward.
Kanavi coming in. Owner waiting in the darkness. Don't want to commit to the play there.
They gotta know.
They're late on the bot lane roam. Yes, Keria gets out of lane, but for now, Guma forced to just catch that CS. Faker waiting as long as he can, trying to hold on to the shifting sands. Turning their attention to the bottom lane. Guma only level 5. Keria.
The short tunnel.
Yeah, if you've ever played Bard, that's a classic. That's the little stubby guy right there. Not going to do much. That's why you normal cast and don't smart cast the Bard portal.
It's the dragon nub. You just get a little...
Do note, there are no teleports for either top laner here, so if we do get a fight for this dragon, or at least for the scuttle, it will be exclusively between 4 versus 4.
Owner going in, decent bit of poke damage, just the EQ as well as the Iron Spike Whip. No level 6 again.
Guma is 6.
Keria flash to the wall,
3v3.
launching up 9, it's a clean
Oh!
play, drag flash forward, committing on a 9
JDG!
now, coming in, Faker turning
Oh
it
no.
right back, first blood, everybody getting out, that's a one hell of a magical journey. They'll get the kill back onto Owner, but now they're in enemy territory. Cosmic Binding is good, but here comes Kanavi, locked up, nowhere for Faker to go, and JDG fire back, but Zeus on the top side going all in,
and
still.
Ruler is rich. Both of those kills going into the Zeri is exactly what JDG want. Get this Zeri super fed. You have the Lulu and the Orianna. Double supportive scaling here for the pentakill machine.
And it's specifically the stall from JDG that ends up being the big difference maker there. Guma doesn't initially join the fight when Keria goes in. And look at the heal and shockwave combo. Even with the flash, it's not enough. And it means that Guma doesn't actually hit his ult. JDG with the full health force are able to cut off the escape. And Ruler getting fed on Zeri this early. I've seen countless times, and it does not end well for his opponents.
Yeah, that's about the worst possible thing that could happen if you're a T1 fan right now.
Oh yeah.
Ruler's area getting ahead, definitely a big concern there. Able to go back and buy the noon. Quiver's is now locked up. Fate Seal gonna take him out to safety. 369 not able to get in front of it and stop the dash.
I like the call from JDG, you know, the full rotation up to the top side of the map, trying to play off of those 2 kills that they got so they can rush down Rift Herald for the Bel'Veth, use those Bel'Veth Voidlings for pushing along with the pop, and continue to snowball him.
It also takes away a lot of the power that Zeus was having in this isolated 1v1. Now Kanavi on the Bel'Veth got an early Herald. That's a best case scenario for JDG, and they're looking for more.
Zeus no ulti, very vulnerable if they do want to commit for the all-in, but Owner and Keria in the area. Right here beside him, level 6. Around the corner for Keria, but still needs a bit more. Faker over the wall, though, has been locked in by the Infernal Chains above and below. Coming up for the Bel'Veth. Faker in trouble.
No,
Not
Faker!
able to get out of this one. The kill coming through for Kanavi.
Yeah, that's JDG territory. Faker walks right in, and they welcome him with open arms. Teleport down to the bottom side to even catch the minion wave down here for Knight. So JDG are able to take basically everything there. The only thing they had to give up was 1 turret plate to Guma.
You can see the continued play. JDG so badly want to use the early power of the Bel'Veth when the Herald goes down to try and get as much gold into the Zeri as humanly possible.
It's an incredibly heads-up play, not giving Ruler a laning phase, instead just focusing on finding all this gold in these favored lane scenarios. He doesn't have to go against the Varus, pulling further and further ahead. Standing on a ward currently. He's going to have the Q3, doesn't look like he is going to go for it on the top side. He will, canceling that one. Q3 can come out, he's only got a few more seconds of soul inbound, but Ruler will be able to just parkour his way out to safety.
Good jump there from Ruler. If Zeus hits that Q, he probably tries to follow up with the ult and then Keria there as well. But he jumps out. No damage dealt, no problem for them. Easy reset afterwards, and very comfortable early lead here for JDG. Not only is it the magnitude of the early lead with the gold here, but it's the concentration of it in the exact perfect spot.
Yes. Just continuously canceling these backs. Actually pretty disruptive to the side of JDG.
Yeah.
We're going to push one more wave. Stride Breaker now completed for Kanavi. He's very powerful. Owner still trailing behind. Doesn't have the luxury of the extra assist or kill. But Owner will start up the Drake. Focus on the Dragons has paid dividends for T1 in the entire bracket stage, excuse me.
And that is actually courtesy of Zeus, right? If Ruler and Missing are able to get their back in early, I think Ruler gets back, picks up his Storm Razor, and then T1 might not be able to get the Dragon We'll be getting that though. Still think JDG is going to be very happy with how this early game has played out. Very early Stormrazor and call finish on Ruler. I think he was sitting at like a, 700 gold lead already this early on in the game on a pick that obviously scales insanely well. And early Drake is going to go to T1, but because it's so late, doesn't feel like dragon stacking is going to be as easy as it was in the previous games.
Yeah, and JDG, their eyes are just set on Ruler's inventory. They're like, we get a couple items on the Zeri, and then we will be able to take over. So the price of giving up a couple of early dragons, they're not as worried about because they have confidence they can win those later dragon fights and even stop any stacking that T1 start early.
And while in the previous game, T1 had some phenomenal team fight execution, and do need that to lock down this Zeri. It's not something you want to have to rely on, these flawless engages. You want to be able to play things a bit more standard, a bit more by the book, and that's only going to get harder and harder as Ruler gets more items under his belt. Because we talk about the threat of JDG. They absorb your engage, they re-engage. That's Zeri in a nutshell. You go in on her, you don't kill her, she pushes ult, she kills your entire team.
And a really big thing for T1, I think, is trying to get someone in side lane ahead. And that's why so much attention has been paid towards Zeus. Because if he is unmatched inside, it gives you a pressure point to try and draw apart JDG. Because in the mid to late game, no one will be able to match this Yone in the 1v1. But if he doesn't actually get a meaningful lead, and JDG are able to maintain control of the game, get early objectives, then T1 is going to be stuck trying to 5v5, trying to actually contest for some of these dragons, some of these barons, and it'll make it a relatively straightforward task for JDG. Again, particularly with 9 on Orianna, which has been insane throughout this entire series, really the entire tournament, and then Ruler on a Lulu powered up Zeri.
Yeah, it's just a perfectly constructed comp here for the way that JDG like to play around their super carries. Meanwhile, T1 overloading topside as we get a teleport back to the tower from 369. Area thinking about it. That's going to be all that they do up here.
Now, Zeus obviously pretty favored in the 1v1. Easy for him to kind of dictate when they do and do not trade, but hasn't been able to break that matchup open quite yet. Maybe it'll get easier once he completes that first item. Luden's now completed for Faker. The crown for Knight, again, aware that he needs to survive on side lane, potentially against someone as lethal as the Yone.
And yeah, facing Yone in a side lane is just a nightmare, even with Crown. It does take away, I think, particularly from the engage potential of someone like Owner, as Zeus, he needs to play this aggressive. And you see, again, we've talked about this earlier as well, but it still remains true. There is so much attempted vision here from T1 just to try and ensure that this Yone can get to a decent state in the game. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. Herald is going to be up in about 35 seconds, and I would expect both teams to heavily try and play towards that. For JDG, offers you an opportunity to get rid of Ruler even further ahead and break open that mid lane turret in particular. For T1, maybe that's the break that Zeus has been looking for.
Looking for that angle as Carry, again, just continues to be a nuisance here. Magical Journey takes him out to safety. Gumishi just going to catch the wave in mid lane, so you can get priority here first. A minute and 30 seconds left on the Drake, yes. 10 seconds left on the second Herald. JDG get prio here. Expect they're favored on the objective, and you can see the one strong point for T1 in this pretty rough early game is still Zeus on the top side, on the Yone. Going to continue to track what he can get done with his lead.
Constantly moving in, getting some turret plate money for himself, getting that pressure down for T1.
The vision.
But here it comes. Rift Herald's been started. T1 are here. Teleports are ready for both Faker and Knight.
TB coming to the mid lane from Knight. TB coming into the pit from Faker. Unleashed just in time. Ruler slowed down just a bit. Objective getting lower and lower. Who's going to take it? Kanavi is going to grab it. Ulti coming out with the shockwave on the backside to lock up Gumayushi. Owner goes in, but he's not able to get much done. Kanavi dipping and diving. Zeus finally going to catch the jungler, but Ruler for now is still completely untouched. Kanavi is living. The lightning crash comes out, and it is time for T1 to get the hell out of dodge. Zeus has burned all of his resources, but continuing to step up. Will walk away, but JDG again, they get the Herald. They keep their jungler alive. It's a perfect exchange.
And Kanavi does not die in those moments. Missing, backing him up. They get the Herald again for the Bel'Veth, and they're able to get the better hand of T1.
Let's see if they can actually start snowballing with it, knock down some of these turrets, because Dragon coming up at only 14 seconds, and T1 are trying to reset in time for it.
Take a look at some of the individual gold Lead on the top side, 1K to Yone. Ruler getting further and further ahead, that much closer to the quick blades.
Now, T1 do have teleport advantage if Zeus can either get some space away from 369 or even go back to base. Zeus could teleport down to the dragon fight and kind of sacrifice the push on top in exchange. Also, another thing to think about always when you're playing against the Bard, Kanavi here does have Rift Herald, but Bard can just ult the towers to immune them and immune the charge and nullify most of the effect.
You know, 5 seconds till that ult is available for Carrier. Bar Assault already available. Kanavi going through the portal! He didn't mean to click that! Oh, that's gonna cost him! Still standing for now! Will live!
That's a magical journey indeed.
Yeah, but not the good kind of magic. And even though Kanavi is able to stay alive, that is a lot of health gone for the jungler, and T1 immediately gonna try and capitalize.
Navi starting to heal up, has the red buff ticking.
They can't contest.
But there's no room for JDG to contest this one. The Herald going to be immediately dropped mid. Carrier still has the ulti to deny the charge, but JDG barreling in. A lot of members here might be able to break the tower anyway. Still, they're going to break it. 369 caught up. Oh! Gumayushi can he go in for the counter engage? The flash out. Carrier flashing forward. Will not connect on the stun. Faker on the flank. Herald still there. Void Remora still there. Zeus finds the knockup. He finds two, but there's no follow-up. He gets out the Lulu wall. Kanavi now stepping in. Knight there. Shockwave comes back. The counter punch from JDG is too
Oh!
damn.
Yes, yes, yes.
T1 are still standing. T1 are still firing back.
Okay,
It's a 1-for-1.
they fought back. They fought
these
back. They got
fights are
one.
just
They got
on
one.
the edge.
1-1.
Knight with the shockwave to find them, but the counter kill again under tower. This time around, Kanavi's not surviving under tower twice.
And this is reminiscent of game number 3. Neither of these teams are giving up anything for free, and after the charge is denied, it's Zeus going in aggressive, but this is an Orianna that actually does have the crown, and Missing has his defensive cooldowns as well. Is able to wildgrowth himself, and then the shockwave, it looks like the fight is turned for JDG, but it's not enough for Zeus.
Zeus new running, has no fate sealed. Still a big threat in the 1v1 with the rest of the team now on the way. Looks like Hullbreaker will be the second item choice for Zeus, so focusing on that side lane.
Kanavi's had some wild clicks so far in this game. The magical journey, and then also the crystal there going in.
That was very close to being like the worst click of the tournament. But he lives somehow.
It's fine. He's okay.
It's fine. We learned cats have 9 lives. Belveth has 3. You only get a couple of those before she eventually has to go down.
All right, well, we do have the quick blades for Zeri, for Ruler here. Level 11 Zeri Ruler. Now that is a bit scary for T1. They have to give preference on the map right now to wherever Ruler is moving with JDG. The chase down potential of this champion, if you make a mistake, is going to be too much.
Way too much. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Zeris just barely get out and then turn a team fight. And it is also fitting that it's Knight and Ruler that I think are going to have to do heavy lifting. 369, just because of the counter pick, hasn't really been able to have the biggest impact. And it was Knight and Ruler together that were able to deny that crucial 5th game from KT with an absolutely heroic play, which didn't involve Zeri, but did involve Knight's Orianna. And it feels like T1 should be good. When it comes to specifically the side lane, they are clearly trying to leverage Zeus as much as they can. But is JDG actually going to let them?
And even in some of these team fights here, Zeus in a position to create a lot more pressure than 369's Aatrox. This is a defensive Aatrox. This is the Gore Drinker Sterix, tankier version of it, not the lethality that we have been seeing. Whereas Zeus here will have big damage output. We saw the grouping of the ultimate on display in the last one.
Yeah, as long as he can stack up that Q, should be able to find backline access when combined with the Soul Unbound, the Fate Sealed, the Ultimate, and E respectively. Faker continuing to walk up on the top side. And now Carrier caught out, no magical journey available. Ruler walks in, just gets a freebie.
Knight serves up Ruler some extra gold on a silver platter.
Now JDG just walking in, looking to take tier 2. Boom is here, but what is he going to get done? Now trying to lock them up, has flashed out to safety. Owner buying a bit more space for Guma, but they're being forced to retreat. TP already used. Zeus waiting over the wall, trying to find the jungler. It feels personal how many times this man has managed to survive, but the fate is sealed of Kanavi. T1 managed to punish in the mid lane. Carrier traded for Kanavi in the grand scheme of things.
Baker says, I invest my TP, I take my kill, as they are able to collapse onto Kanavi there, and I think that is big. Could have been an opportunity for JDD
Kings on
to
Dragon,
try and
or
get
Baron.
more. Yeah, what is T1 going to do? They do have a
They have a Yone and a Varus. They have a Yone and a Varus. They eat this objective alive.
Rage Blade's done.
JDG have zero vision. They have zero way into the pit. They have zero tools to get on top of them quickly. T1 are determined to take the objective. It's getting lower and lower. There's a portal in the back of the pit. It's a goddamn good heist. T1 get it.
It's a fucking heist. Dude, it was a heist.
And we hadn't seen a lot of these, but the T1 Baron is back, baby. 21 minutes in, Kanavi goes down. And
Reset
T1
agad ah.
might also be able to use this to set themselves up for an Ocean Soul point. A Hull Breaker Ocean Soul Yone. It's a nightmare.
You can best believe Kanavi's gonna hear it after this one. He better have some good plays around Dragon coming up.
And that's the thing. As much as we talk about not being able to give JDG an inch because they're so proficient in the late game, the same is true of T1 around Baron. If there's any team that will go for this objective at a moment's notice, it is this T1 lineup. But JDG know they have priority access to the pit. Zeus waiting over the wall. Again, it is all eyes on Ruler. He has to be the difference maker here. A good shockwave, the Zeri follow-up could be enough for JDG
Elder
to take
Dragon
the
is
fight, but for now
after
they're
like
focused
5
on the objective.
Dragon Strike?
Owner zoning them away. 2.5K is getting lower and lower. They will burn it down. They get what they came for. T1 to the ready for the fight. Knockup coming through.
Owner. Tanga.
Owner still standing with Ruler with the lightning crash now trying to go in, but goes gold and Carry buys a bit more space
Oh,
for the rest of
patay
the
na si
team.
ano.
Arrows coming in from the bars. Ruler incredibly low, but maybe, just maybe, he can turn it back.
Get it.
Ruler's still standing tall.
Oh!
He can't
Owner!
engage. T1 starting to
Boom! Boom, baby!
Ruler Zeri, not enough.
T1 are running JDG in circles in these team fights. What?
Tails flashing forward, just trying to zone them away. Blood in their
trying to
eyes.
zone
They
them
want
out.
everything. They'll break the tier one.
I'm flashing, I'm canceling backs, I'm finding a target, but that
Bruh.
is soul points. That is a Red Bull player and power play of 3.5K, and that is T1 setting themselves up for a possible final.
Not a single T1 member dropping there. You have to look at both sides of this team fight. It sections off into so many different
Owner
plays.
be like,
First
bro,
of
the
all, though,
MVP
is the
owner.
Dragon.
Kabuti
Guma
lang
Yushi
hindi na
combo
ano ni
arrow
Zeri
with
na
owner to be
steal.
able to secure it. Guma
Bro, look
at
at
Worlds
owner,
has been
look at
able to steal
owner.
objectives, and he's
Holy
able to secure them for
brother.
the team. Baker goes in for
There,
the ultimate,
Kanba-
which gets
Kanabari.
nice stasis here, and then Knight has to
Die.
flash Zeus'
Owner
ultimate
is still
that was over the
alive
top.
for some
Then
fucking
Zeus just
reason.
continues back up to the top side of the team fight where owner lived
The
and they
lineup
got
is
one.
perfect there. They've
Oh
locked
yes. Oh yes, Ruler. Die. Uruse. Oh! Let's go owner. Let's go owner. Let's go owner. We got it. We got it. We got the thing.
Of JDG, the magical journey for T1 coming through, and perhaps the goal coming to an end.
It was Carry at it actually was able to hit his ultimate on Ruler in that fight. That's why Ruler couldn't do anything. The most fed member of JDG in that fight around the Dragon wasn't there.
The Baron now just times out. Kanavi's the only one that remains dead. But T1, with lightning quick speed, takes so much from JDG.
Quite a bit.
Baker now 5 kills to his name on the Azir, collecting heads. Ruler jumps through the wall, and T1 are not going to let that one slide. Carrier nails him. Zeus with the follow-up. And T1 swarm on them. Guma Yushi hits his ulti there
Kanavi
onto
be
Kanavi.
like, ah.
They chase
I'm
him
not
down.
tanky anymore,
Because
fuck.
Ruler had been chased out with so little health, they pick up the kill on the jungler again.
Clouds,
And it's not done for JDG. They've come back from worse games. But just the level of dominance that T1 was able to show ever since that Dragon fight, the gold lead now skyrocketed towards them. I think Zeus is going to be unkillable inside the moment that they get this Ocean Soul, and Kanavi needs to make sure that that doesn't go their way.
If JDG win this game, it's going to be off the back of a miraculous Zeri team fight.
Knight is locked. The crown will not stop that. And he's all Knight. Baker knocking him down, unstoppable.
What the fuck?
Bard! He's got the hand of
Get I got
Everyone he
that.
touches turns to gold in the favor of T1.
Hey.
Press forward. JDG backs against the wall. They've come so far, so close to the golden road. But here in the late game, it's all eyes on Ruler. It's on the execution. T1 not giving them a single moment to breathe, a moment to relax. Ruler clearing the wave as best he can.
Dalawang
Puma
beses na yun kay
getting
Keria.
stronger. The attack speed bar is starting to hit like a truck, shredding through the tower slowly but surely. Faker on the flank.
And the big thing is, Ruler's flash cooldown, which I think is going to be an absolutely pivotal summoner, will not be up for when the dragon spawns. There is a window here for T1 where they can all in on this dragon, try and make sure that the Zeri won't be able to get away as consistently from the engage. From Zay's Gumayushi also finishing wits end. Build like this on it doesn't skill nearly as well as some of the more AP or crit focused builds, but right now you are dishing out so much damage.
They're trying to go for Cloud. 40 seconds.
They have been faced
They're
with
setting
the
up for
LPL
Cloud.
gauntlet. They took down BLG in the Swiss stage. They took down LNG in the quarterfinals. Looking at JDG here, can they do it?
Weibo waiting for them in the finals. Kanavi taking the buff. Tension on each and every play that JDG are going to try to go for at this stage of the game. They cannot afford any more slip-ups, any more mistakes to be caught out. And it's so hard now because Keria can just fish with Bard ults. T1 have the advantage. A massive gold lead, 3 Drakes backing them up, 4 seconds to the Baron, 6 to the Ocean Soul. JDG have to be careful.
Zeus coming up the river here.
JDG have to be perfect.
He's going to start up the dragon himself.
Kanavi getting chunked away.
Zeus is starting
Start
dragon.
this one, draw the attention of JDG. They're forced to respond. They can't afford to give up the soul. Guma clearing the mid-wave. T1 a bit split.
Dude, ang ganda ng agro.
Eyes on Ruler. Eyes on the shockwave of Knight. Kanavi stepping in, flash to the side from Faker. At the cost of Baron.
Bro! What?
But Faker now dominating!
No
shot! A massive mistake! Keria now going in, the Ruler's untouched!
No,
now Ruler! Looking to take over the fight, Ruler still standing, but Guma still standing, Guma firing back! Ruler goes down!
Yes!
Guma's just better! Zeus now stepping in, fate sealed. Or rather, Soul Unbound now taking it back. The Ocean Soul for T1, they get everything they want. It's the Death Gap! It's the Death Gap for Faker to damage! Unexpected! They're gonna get Soul! They're gonna get Baron! Run from it! Dread it! T1 are inevitable! Faker will come for the final spot!
Faker
T1
will come!
Get the Baron. They will get the split push! They've got JDG on the ropes!
Keria is out.
They've got maybe one last fight in them. And then a few more after that if they want to claw their way back into this game, but it all falls apart. A single mistake, a single moment where Kanavi messes
Faker's
up,
thing.
JDG so much.
He tries to get
that's so good.
Faker flashes it to the side and then chops him down, and that is the signal.
Sayang
for
talaga
T1.
si Keria.
They go
Sayang
all
si
in,
Keria.
Keria onto Ruler, Ruler flashing then onto Gumayushi, but Guma pops him.
And it's the player on T1 that had
Kaya
the
pwede
worst
bang iyan
international
ni,
debut in 2022, but
Keria
it's
yung
him that's
sarili
been
niya.
trying to keep and hold down the
Stasis.
fort and wins it there.
Coming into this tournament, he said, me and Keria are the best bot lane. He is looking to prove it as he breaks the back of each and every LPL AD carry.
Gumayushi also said, when questioned, how will you stop Ruler? I won't. I will crush him.
Faker be like.
And he just did.
Push lang na
And
push.
now, crucially, Ruler doesn't have his flash available. Knight doesn't have his flash available. Just shy of death cap. No real power there for the Orianna. Such a defensive build. I don't know if they're going to have the damage, particularly with Ocean Soul.
Ocean Soul Zeus on the side lane. Can't be stopped. He can
Yo,
be slowed,
be
but
like.
he cannot be stopped without more members there. 369 will not be enough. JDG know that that's a losing prospect on the top side, so instead they will focus on the bottom side, but this inhibitor will be a continuous weak point. 369 finding the lockup. Zeus snapping back on the soul.
Yone
down,
is
will
just
break
like
the inhibitor. He knows what he's
slashing
here for.
everybody.
It is slow. It is controlled. It is diligence. The hype moment over for a moment as Kanavi weaves in and out of the exchange, looking for a bit of redemption for himself. T1, explosive fight after explosive fight has put them in a position to close this out cleanly, clinically. Death by 1,000 cuts for JDG.
so much riding on these last minutes. JDG trying to defend their golden road as it crumbles before them. T1, the onslaught will not stop. Third inhibitor goes down.
T1 pushing in.
And they still got 40 seconds to spare. Fucking hell, dude.
36 seconds. 5K Red Bull Baron power play, backing them up. Zeus finding an initial knockup, just a bit of poke. Single misstep from JDG and T1 can instantly fully commit to the fight. It's the shockwave. Kanavi getting lower and lower, falling apart under the pressure. JDG's hope dwindling and taking down BLG.
It's Jover, man. It's Jover. It's Jover.
It is not LPL.
Yes, sir. Nagkulak na
It is T1 versus the LPL.
Panalo na ang semi-final.
Let's go! Finals.
I am not a fucking jinx!
Faker,
Umiyak!
for 10 years into his career, will head to another World Finals. At the head of this squad,
Let's
that has had
fucking
so
go,
much success,
brothers!
but still chasing the cup.
The highs and lows of this roster over the last 2 years. The hype in spring after they won, and one of the best splits of all
Look at
time.
ang angas ng mga splats ng loob.
At MSI, again at Worlds, again this year, and now they get another opportunity.
Yes, sir!
For Faker to beat Ruler here, to go on to the finals. In front of a home crowd, to return to Seoul, to return to the final stage after a tumultuous year, a tumultuous summer, where they looked lost at times, where Faker wasn't even there for a decent chunk of it, is an incredible, incredible achievement. We were ready for 4 LPL teams in the semifinals, but T1 denied the odds then, and they continue to do so. Their opponents, JDG, a solemn bow as their golden road is denied.
Okay, I'm just gonna finish this thing. Okay, that's enough for now. Oh, I'm just gonna finish this drawing and then like end stream. That's actually quite good. Yes, sir. Camina. Mm.
Yan, yan. On your shoulder, put it. On your shoulder. Wow. Okay. Yan. Ay! Ayaw, be! Adway! Wow! Uy! Akala niya kasi sa akin ilalagay. Ang bisita niya lang ay kami. Ako, si Kirka, si Selvi, pati yung mga pinsan niya. Kilala ko kasi yung mga pinsan niya din. Kaya nakainom lang siya dito. Si Luna. Si Luna, kilala ko siya. Kaso hindi pa ngayon lang kami nagkita. Pero yung dalawa niyang pinsan sa mother side, kilala ko yung kasi nakainom na namin. Nandun ba yun? Oo, nandun na namin. Di ba nga hiwalay sila? Natin dito. Pumunta din yung lola, yung hanap na namin. Nanay ng mami. Eh, di ba may parang family? Eh, may family ano? Parang hindi maayos yung family. Yung kanada yan sa mga. Pero ngayon, hindi. Hindi siya umiyak kanina, hindi din siya. Tapos nagagalit niya sa kanya yung yung lola niya kasi bakit daw hindi siya nag-grib. Siyempre, iba-iba naman kasi yung pag-grib ng tao. Siyempre, hindi pa niya ma-process yun. Parang gusto nila agad-agad siya mag-grib. Hindi pa yan nakasingin sa utak ni Ibon parang
Let's see.
Magana siya ng klase ng ganyan. Yung boyfriend niya, hindi pumunta? Ha? Eh, ano yun, hindi niya boyfriend.
fucking.
Power bank kasi yan.
Oh shit.
Pumunta kami sa landing point. Ganda ng view dito. Uy, ano ba? Matingnan mo. Ganda ng view dito. Yun lang din, malapit sila na landing point. Ano eh, kasama niyo si Ibon? Oo. Okay. Mama. Pa siya naman nagsabi. Gusto niya daw kasi mag-ano, umalis muna dun. Tapos makikilisan naman kasi yung bahay din walang tao. Tapos inuwi na kami ni Tita. Sabi ko, tabi-tabi po na tayo dito, Tita. Doon kami sa Bayana, sa may damuhan. Sa may damuhan kami umihi, kainis. Tingnan mo, ma. Hindi kayo nakita ni Selby. Umihi din si Selby. Ayan, dito kami umihi, ma, sa likod niya. Saan kami nag-trespass? Si Marian yun? Parang bumaba si Marian. Bumaba ba? Sabi ni Ivan niya. Ayun ba? Papa niya nagkatarik ang Marian sa ulo. Ha? Bawal ba yun?
Yeah, wait lang.
Very good. Very good. Uy, kaya na. You are not very good. Look, oh, what happened? Eh, kasi pag bumaba yan doon, hindi rin kaya kakain.
Hello, back.
Kuya, kain na lang. Who's that?
Kakain na rin ako so hintayin ko. Magtatapusin ko lang to. Stream ka ba? When in doubt, stream.
Alis ka dyan.
Brr. Ng world.
Ay, kumain na kayo. Baba na. Uy, imo man lang gidag-jag.
Ito man bawal. Marami ka naman pera, bumili ka na lang. Ah. Remember, yes. T1 for the win. Wait lang. Parang ano ata. Di pa alam kasi maglalaban pa ang WBG at T1. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, hindi WBG pala. Yan yung finals. Weibo Gaming. Yeah. Sumena no kana. Ititay niwa. Sakari. Itigo hachi no. Baburu gamuda. Ah, kami-sama. Sono baborigam. Tapos na. Ay. Ah. Wala. Twitter. Siya magpo-post lang. Ipo-post ko lang 'yon. Ano sa nga break yan? I'm just gonna post this and then like dip out. Okay. Where is it? Let's go. Anyways, anybody who's still here, thank you for coming by. Thank you for watching. And thank you very very much for the warm welcome back. Thank you. I hope it doesn't get too crazy the next time I like stream again. And yeah, have a nice day. Have a great night. And Yanni, bye bye.